And I'm live. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Can I? One moment, please. I know I can. Here it is. There it is. And oh, wait. And boom. I think I think that's how that works. Let me see. I'm gonna make sure. I don't know what I'm doing today. Excuse me. I think it might have. Let me see. I think so. Hello. I don't quite know what I'm going to do today. I was going to run through the signs. And then I was like, eh. And then I was going to look for storm cards. Like the Enchanted Map Oracle has the storm fields. The Energy Oracle cards has storm warning. That's pretty much it. And then like in the storm, out of the storm, before the storm, just to see where we are. And then I was going to do a line of like the mountain and rescue in the Enchanted Map Oracle cards. Getting through the mountain. I don't think I have any flood cards or like fire cards. So like different tower type energies. Excuse me, before and after. And then I was gonna do a self read just to look at the my Saturn return again from a not like broken down point, but from like a general overall. Even though it isn't necessarily exact yet. I mean, it's less than a degree at this point, I'm sure. Um, but it's like by no means over. And I think Saturn's going to retrograde too. So I'm going to get another one. But I don't know, because I like self reads. Self reads are very interesting. Oh no. It's still in the 22s. I'm still like a degree away. Saturn retrogrades in 8 weeks at 25 Aquarius, and it'll retrograde back to 18 Aquarius. It'll station direct on October 22nd. So yeah, I'm gonna have another. I'm gonna have another Saturn return because mine is at 23 degrees. So it's gonna hit me when it goes back, and it's gonna hit me again when it's coming back direct. I don't know. I kind of want to roll. I was also gonna finish up the Rune series, and I might still do that. I just have to watch one of them to see how. I think I know the program that I use, but I want them to be consistent, even though it's going to be several months apart. And for this live, I posted it public, but I switched it to unlisted after. So it'll be for the bell ringers, I guess. I'll start down here with the Angel Tarot, and then we'll go from there, I guess. Oh, I guess I could use like multiple. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'm grabbing my angel decks. I have the Angel Tarot, the Archangel Power card, Archangel Tarot Power cards. Then I have the Angelarium. I think I'll just use that. Well, no, because the Oracle of Emanations has the emanations on it, the Sephira, and the year one does not. So I don't think I'm going to use both. But this is where we're going today, I guess. And let's see what's in. Ooh, I feel like I'm asking for it. Ooh, excuse me. Do 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 do. Ooh. I'm gonna put these back. That's fine. I want to set these here. Da 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 da. Ooh. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I guess this is it. Maybe I should grab the year ones then. Yeah, I'll grab them. I do have the deck of magical correspondences, tarot of magical correspondences that I got from Cindy D. So I'm gonna use that because it has the Sephira on it. And then I think I'll pull before and after whichever ones come out. And then we'll go from there. Ooh, excuse me, I'm still tired. Oh, I just got a tinge of a headache. I just got a distant pain in my brain. I just got a distant pain in my brain. I'm curious who this is. The Ten of Raphael, Ten of Cups energy. Hey, bottom of the deck is the world. Hey, is that Michael? Yeah, Archangel Michael. A very happy ending, coming full circle, spiritual growth and insight. A very happy ending with the Ten of Cups, happy endings. Love and blessings fill your life. Harmonious relationships with family members, happily ever after. Ten of Raphael. Okay. I mean, ain't mad at it. Oops. Am I doing this all signs? I don't think so. We'll just start somewhere and see where it goes. We'll just see where we go. So there's this app called Astro Matrix that's pretty great for astrology, I guess. Back in my Dolo days, I think Dolo said something about Astromatrix, so I got it on it, and I like it. Um, it breaks down. It has like a blurb for every aspect, which is cool, and it might have blurbs for placements too. Um, so, like, if it'll have a blurb for Venus and Pisces, and then like Venus in the 12th house, and then on your personal chart, it might say like Venus and Pisces in the 12th, and then it'll be like Venus square Uranus will have a blurb. Um, but apparently, they made a tarot deck, and I was like, okay, so I ordered it. The Five of Wands, Ha'aya, God listening and concealment, politics and ambition, wins judgments and protects all those who seek the truth. With the devil, Samael, the severity of God at the bottom. Seduction and downfall, communicates with the dead, teaches the occult and magic. And then the King of Swords, Lauaya. Or is that Levaya? I don't know. Victory, grants victory and protection from lightning. So, I mean, lots of protective energies surrounding. Well, yeah, protects those who seeks truth, victory, seduction and downfall. Politics and ambition. It feels like there are things that might pull us away from what we desire. So that could be a little bit of it feels like it also reads like doubt or insecurity. Where it's like if there's something that we really want and we decide to go after it, and we set ourselves on that path, then all of a sudden it's like we're thinking about all the different ways that it could fail or that it could go wrong or whatever, and it feels like that could be anxiety just generally, but it also feels like devil energy. And so it feels like it comes to the point of like, well, what do you want more? Do you want the thing that you're seeking, or do you want to um not? Ace of Swords at the cut. And by not, it's like, do you want it enough to be brave? Do you want it enough to overcome a fear or worry, anxiety? Or is that going to be enough to get you to sort of like back away? With the Ten of Cups and the World cards coming out in the other angel deck, the other angel tarot deck, um, it's interesting because it feels like there's a lot to be gained. Um, so yeah, I guess there are also angels in the Spirit Keepers Tarot. The court cards are angels, but yeah, see, here is Satariel, Angel of Deception, and then we have Remiel in the black and white. That is not Satariel, Angel of Deception. That is Azazel or Azazel, Angel of Sacrifices. Oof. So the first Watcher of the North, Azazel, taught mankind how to forge weapons and tutored them in respecting this power. Throughout those first years, he never wavered in his dedication to enriching the lives of mankind. In ways large and small, he sought to raise them up. Despite his efforts, Azazel was the first to be blamed when the catastrophe began. With mankind's trust broken, every bit of goodwill he had built was traded for an equal amount of resentment. And Remiel, Angel of Visions, Footsteps fall upon boundless hills, stretching one by one across the landscape, our journey. See not the darkened slopes that present themselves today. There is light upon the further side, guiding us onward. And so, with that, it feels like not a, well, it kind of reads like if there was anything, again, going back to the past, if there was anything that we did in the past to keep us from experiencing better and brighter, then it's just like to understand that that's who we were. Maybe it's to understand why we did what we did, but it's also to know that we're not the same anymore. And so if things played out the way that they played out before, that's because we were who we were, not because we were who we are now. And it feels like a little bit of a mended trust. Maybe there was something that we were asked to do, that humanity was asked to do, but we were asked to do before that we just weren't capable of. It's like we didn't hold up our end of the bargain, and with that trust broken, something was taken away. Now, of course, I guess that could be somebody in your personal life. You have someone coming back from your past that did you dirty, or that you did dirty, and they've changed, healed, and grown, or you have, or you'll say you have, or they'll say they did. So let's start with these. I was just shuffling it. Those are like pre-shuffles, pre-shuffles. Ooh, let me roll a dice. Okay. So I am going to make this all signs. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give these another shuffle. All of these, because I just flipped the card that was on the bottom. And I guess if I make this all signs, then I shouldn't make this public, because or maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I probably will. We'll have to do a bell ringer another day. Maybe. It might not happen. Y'all know me. Oh, stop flipping over. Who's that? It's purple, which means it's a major. Justice, Archangel Raguel. Fight for justice and equality. Rulings made in your favor. Don't give up. I think all of these decks have more than 24. So I can pull the top and the bottom. But oh gosh. The Angel Tarot one on top. Hanged Man and the Ace of Wands came out, numbers 21 and 30, both threes. 21 is a world card, 30 is the Hanged Man. It's the second three. If 30 is the Hanged Man, then 21 would be Justice and the Magician. So Justice, the Magician, and the Hanged Man, and then the Hanged Man and the Ace of Wands. And it's interesting because Justice just came out. Or that could be Strength and the Magician. It depends on if it's an 11 Strength or an 11 Justice. So the Hanged Man, Nelkiel. Desire for knowledge, protects from liars, evil spells, and bad spirits. And then Ace of Wands, Omael. Or Omael? I said it the same. Fertility and multiplicity, protects against despair, helps one be patient. So there's protection from liars, evil spirits, liars, evil spells, bad spirits, and despair. And it helps us be patient in our desire and pursuit of knowledge. Which is interesting because one of those angels, the one that came out, was about protects those who seek the truth or something like that. Okay. So maybe it's a time of truths coming out. I would be tempted to say the more we see ourselves in a true light, the more internal truths we're ready to face, the more external truths will be revealed to us. Because when we veil ourselves from certain things, we veil ourselves from everything. Not everything, but it's like if we lie to ourselves to convince ourselves of one thing, then maybe it's a snowball. Because now anything that would run against whatever we choose to believe, we also have to disbelieve. I guess we don't have to. People are capable of believing things that are um, that run opposite each other. Un momento, por favor. Oh, I got a tickle in my throat. Well, it tickles. Oh, ew! I think it's getting worse. Oh, and every time my vocal cords vibrate, I feel it. But yep, okay. So I'm gonna do a little OBS magic. Get some more text out here, just to help us know what sign we're on when we're on it. But I gotta open this thing up and type every single time. Is this accurate, factual information? Whoa, why is it so big? Hello? I'm so confused. What is hello? 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 That is not, this is what I want, but I don't need it to be that big. I'm gonna grab my new dice that I literally saw 2 seconds ago. I'm not gonna grab my new dice because yes, I will. Here they are. I was like, I know they're right in front of my face. I just looked at them. I'm gonna roll the D12 to pick a sign, and then I'm gonna roll the D4 to pick one of these 4 decks. And maybe I'll just do the one. Maybe I'll do 2. We'll see. So this is gonna take a little bit longer in between, but that's fine. And then I can do this, and I'd also need. I also need a sticky note to put the timestamp on. Okay, so let's reopen these. Wait, I can just do this. Boom. Do that. Do this. Pop this back up. And then have this, which is a little big. I'm partial to Comic Sans. Comic Sans is my favorite font. Oh, we'll do Century Gothic. Why not? Or maybe we won't do Century Gothic. Yeah, we'll do Century Gothic. Oh, Can I do Japanese? Yes, I can. Oh, snap. I mean, it's an option. I don't know if I'm fluent enough to like that's just a whole bunch of thinking. Oh, I need the time to get the timestamp. So this does not help me. It would have been. It was a decent idea. There we go. And then I guess this can stay. This can stay here. My sticky note can go. Oh, perfect. Okay. So what's the intro? 0000. The first sign. Oh, and I'm just gonna pull off the top. I've already shuffled all of these. Well, let me give this one another one. Well, nothing came out for this one. I'll cut it right there. I'm gonna do the magical correspondences. And then I'm gonna roll a d4 to pick. One will be the Angelarium Year 1. 2 will be the Angelarium Oracle of Emanations. 3 will be the Archangel Power Tarot cards. 4 will be the Angel Tarot. I guess I could have done that general part first, but that's fine. And then we'll see. Excuse me. So let's go. It was on 8, but I didn't roll it. So 4. We're going to start with Cancer, which is interesting. Cancer, you're going to be at 27 minutes. And then let's see if I can do this. How big is that? Because if I don't have to, oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That works. Let's go. Because then I can just keep the text window open so I can change it. The sign is now located conveniently at the top right side. Oh, let's go. Now I could. No, I won't make a background for it. The sign that I'm on is at the top left. I could put on Cancer. Eating. There we go. Oh, but then that makes it even longer. That's it. There we go. There we go. That works. I am satisfied with that. So, wow, it took me a whole minute. How? Cancer, you're 2755. So, I'm going to pull the top and bottom from all of these. Cancer is coming up with the Princess of Cups. What? And the Ten of Cups. Oh, snap. I mean, that's the type of cardinal energy that I like to see. I love a cardinal energy that's like, you know what? Let's start cream of the crop at the best. Well, they say the cream rises to the surface, and Cancer would be at the surface of the water. So this is resplendent intelligence on both of these. This is the Princess of Cups is Earth and Water. The Ten of Cups is Mars and Pisces. We have the vision of the Holy Guardian Angel or of Adonai and the Princess of Cups. We have the vision of the Holy Guardian Angel or of Adonai on the Ten of Cups as well. Both of these are 55. Both of these are Malkut. We've got a Sphinx on both of these. The sense of taste. The Princess of Cups has a swan on it and a turtle and a dolphin. I don't know what this plant or this or is, but that's fine. These are the cards. Oh, no, I can't. Oh, that's the one bad thing about this being here. I can't see. It would be like so clutch if you could drag a window by the bottom instead of just the top. You know what I mean? Because what if I only need to type in the bottom? I guess this works. It's fine. Oh, wait. I can just shrink the window. There we go. Oh, this is interesting. Apparently, I want to challenge myself today. Malkuth is the 10th emanation. It's the space where all things sort of play out. So Malkuth holds all of them. It carries a little bit of a microcosmic, macrocosmic energy. What's also interesting is with the 10 and the Princess of Cups coming out, there's definitely there's an energy of completing personal cycles. Like it's an energy of completing personal interpersonal cycles and beginning to really grow into the truth of who you are. And so maybe there was a time where it's like depending on the people who were in, depending on the people, places, and things that were in your life, it was easier for you to play a certain role. And maybe you found yourself playing that role often. But in that, there was a lot of things about you that you didn't necessarily get to see because you never had the thing to sort of pull it out of you or to encourage it from you. And I think that would be one of the challenges of being a cardinal water energy, or maybe just being cardinal in general, because you're the first one to interact and the first one to engage with the things outside of you. When you're fixed, then it's like, the challenge is to not be only like you. Cardinal is the closest to the environment, fixed is the closest to the self, mutable is what goes in between. And so fixed needs to learn to be malleable and adjust to its environment. Cardinal needs to learn to um, sometimes be more, to have a stronger sense of self in whatever way, because the elements are different. And then mutable has to learn a sort of stability. And it kind of, for mutable, it works both ways. They are challenged to do both, but they also have an ability to do both. And I love that the turtle is on here for you, Cancer, because especially with the hermit crab or just with crabs in general, they are armored creatures. Let's see. Let's get a little context. Number one. So y'all get Aziraphale, Angel of Song. There you go. Let's see. How close can I get? Nice. The ecstasies above with thy burning measures suit, thy grief, thy joy, thy hate, thy love, with the fervor of thy lute. I think so. It feels like the emphasis is shifting. Like I was saying, like from others to you. And with the part where it's like thy grief, thy joy, thy hate, thy love, with the fervor of thy lute, it's like there's something about the music and the song that you put out. It's like if there was a choir, you would be the one who um decides what song is sung. by the song you start to sing. It's like you're the lead singer. Everyone else and everything else is an accompaniment. So the backup vocals and the other vocals will come in and harmonize with you. The orchestra, the symphony, the band will harmonize with you. You set the tone by the song that you sing. And again, it feels like for whatever reason, it was a lot more reactive to the environment before. So it didn't necessarily lead the environment, even though you are the cardinal water energy. But again, it's like being the closest to the outside. Sometime it's like when you're the closest to the outside, it's the easiest to get stuck in being reactive because you're right there. And it feels like there's going to be a lot of balancing because the swan is, well, I think swans can be pretty mean. I know geese can be. I think swans can be too, but maybe not. But the swan is like, it's this energy of self-love. The dolphin is this energy of play. The turtle is this energy of movement, but also it's protected. And there's also, again, going back to the environment with the turtles are only slow on land. Our turtles are slowest on land. But if you get a turtle in the water, it's much faster. And I feel like there is a part because in the Princess of Cups, the Sphinx is smaller than in the Ten of Cups. Or it's like the Sphinx is the same size, but the swan is just bigger than the Sphinx. And so that makes me think of circumstances. And when the internal circumstance is great enough to affect and change the external world, even when it's something that should be beyond our control. And we don't control it by any kind of interference or manipulation. You control it again by the song you sing. There are things that you do, there are things that you don't do, there are energies that you engage, there are energies that you don't engage. And it doesn't have to come from any space of, I mean, in the beginning, it might, if it's not an energy that you're used to. But eventually, it doesn't have to be a superiority or like, I'm better than this thing. It's just like, I don't want it. And I'm not gonna, like, if I don't want to eat something, I don't have to eat it. If I don't want to go somewhere, I don't have to go there. If I don't want to be with somebody, I don't have to be with them. And so you just go for the things that you want rather than going for the thing that might make itself available to you. Okay. So next is Leo. So we're going for the sun and the moon and the sun. Leo, I'm going to say you are at 39 minutes and I'm going to try to make it. Hey, I'm going to make it. Ooh, that is not how you spell Leo. That's not how you spell Leo. Ooh, where'd that come from? Leo, there might be some throat chakra clearing that you need to do. Well, actually, it feels like it came from here. Oh, those my bronchial tubes. Ooh. So it's actually between the heart and the throat. And it feels a little closer. If this is where this is where things come out from the throat. It feels like it's closer to the heart than it is the throat. But we'll see. You have the Six of Cups and the Knight of Cups. So all the water is just coming out here. I guess. Which is interesting. So Cancer had both Malkuth. Leo, you have both Tiferet, which is the heart. So I do love, and again, I guess if with the sun and the moon is ruled by Cancer or associated to Cancer. The sun is associated with Leo, and that's it. They're the only two signs that aren't a polarity of something else, like how Venus rules both Taurus and Libra, right? So you get your signs to yourselves. Your Sephira on the Kabbalah tree of life are the same. Again, we have the sense of taste. This is the vision of the harmony of things, intelligence of the mediating influence. We have this bird, some kind of bird on the Knight of Cups. The Phoenix is here as your mystical animal. I don't know what this plan is either. And then you have the cross with the rose on it. The Six of Cups is Sun in Scorpio. The Knight of Cups is fire and water. No, that's air. Sorry. It's air and water. Sun in Scorpio is interesting because Mars and the Sun are related in being masculine aspects. And it's like your default trine is Aries. It's the masculine side of Mars, but you're in an energy of the feminine side of Mars. Also, the Sun in Scorpio, it's in a space of illuminating things that typically it's a space of illuminating things that are left dark. And so there's a lot of deep sea creatures that look nightmarish because they've had to evolve in the absence of light. And evolution in the absence of light is interesting because plants are the basis of a lot of food chains. Plants take in sunlight and they convert that into energy, and then either animals eat the plants to get the energy from the plants, or animals eat animals who eat animals who eat animals who eat the plants. But without light at the bottom of the ocean, it's like the whole thing is completely different. The whole chain is different. And usually that can have a pretty heavy energy and connotation to it, but it's actually feeling like, because of the Six of Cups energy, I mean, it is what it is. You have the number 21 twice, which is world card energy. Um, 21 is also, it's either strength in the magician or justice in the magician. Um, but yeah, see with the Phoenix here, it feels like it feels like there will be a point. This takes me back to Persephone in the underworld, which is an energy that I'm reading right now, apparently. Because it feels like there is a certain dark layer. There is an area where it's nightmarish, but it feels like this is the star card from the Wild Unknown Tarot. It's the star that rests on a bed of light in the abyss. It's like after you work through or make it through all of the heavy stuff, you find all of your like childhood dreams and joys and wonders. And so it feels like it ends up working out in a way where you're revitalized, or where there's a resurgence of passion and desire. And since you are Leo, and because you have the association with pride, it feels like you come into a space of like doing things for you that fulfill you, that make you happy, that you're excited about, rather than you doing the thing that gets you the most praise or recognition, or you doing the thing that you think other people like want from you. And with Leo being the sun, there is a, a sort of responsibility to nurture others, to be a source of light. And so maybe too, it's like if you're the type of person who's always been dependent on and relied on, and so you never, for whatever reason, had the opportunity to really touch base with yourself and to ask yourself what you need and to take care of yourself, then it feels like you'll be coming into that as well. And it's like, you would be your best for everyone else when you're your best for you. When you are in a good mood or doing well or happy or fulfilled or whatever, then you can show up and be a brighter light more effortlessly. So you are going to get 1. So we're going for, oh, I didn't even pull the bottom card. Cancer didn't get a bottom card. Sorry, Cancer, I forgot. You're getting Cancer's bottom card. Because I was like, I'm going to pull the top and the bottom. And then I just pulled the top. So the top was Shatiel, Angel of Silence. The bottom was Ananiel, Angel of Storms. A silent storm. That kind of makes me think of Eve's silent ball game. I love Eve, Everlong Mystic, and like all her spreads, and like the mind of that woman is brilliant. And the connection's great too, to really like flesh everything out. Ooh, I love it. Angel of Storms, Angel of Silence, a silent storm. See, but a silent storm, that would be within you. Again, it reads like the things that I wonder if also maybe too, like you've grown and changed and evolved in a lot of ways, in some very deep and significant ways. Hey, Steph, how you doing? You've grown in significant ways, but it feels like there's this sort of, again, with that energy of dependence upon the sun for sustaining life and giving light and being the basis of the food chain and everything. Um, it's like maybe you found yourself in situations with people that are already in your inner circle or people that you're close to, but for some reason you don't feel like you can be the you that you're becoming because those people are used to the you who you used to be. And so the silent storm brews within you, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger as you continue to internally sort of shift, move, change, desire different things, but externally you don't act upon it. And repressed desires don't, it's like they reach the point where they eventually explode. And it reminds me, it was one of those TikTok compilations. It was like, tell me something that you don't think people are ready to hear. And one person was like, um, saying no or not saying no to people doesn't make you a good person. It actually makes you a bad person. Because when you don't say no to people, then they're under the impression that you're okay with something. But what'll happen is the more you don't say no that you do, it starts to build up internal resentment. So now you're resenting other people for things that they're asking you to do or things that you think that they're making you do that you don't want to do. And they're just thinking that, you're down to hang out, you want to have a good time, you're enjoying yourself. And then all of a sudden, one day you blow up on them, calling them selfish because they're not considerate of you and your time and blah, 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 whatever. And they're like, well, if you were busy, you could have said no. You could have told me you were busy. If you didn't want to do it, you could have said no. You could have told me you didn't want to do it. So, like, why is it I'm the bad guy now when you're the one who can't enforce a boundary or who can't communicate what you really feel and think. I thought we were having a good time. Now, of course, that's not with someone who purposefully takes advantage and manipulates, of course. But it's in the innocent vein, and it again, similar to Cancer in a way. And I guess Leo it's an interesting fixed energy because it is fixed in self, but it is so heavily contextualized by other people. And so for the suit of fire, I might actually put Leo at the cardinal edge of the environment and Aries at the border to self. A little bit, maybe, maybe not. So you got Leo in your chart stuff. But it's again, maybe there's also too, because if that's what you're used to, again, it's like there might be a point where like that's your breaking point. The breaking point is the point that we switch into the other or switch into the next. And so if it comes off a little bit like of a fiery phoenix, it feels like it might be dragon. It might be that stereotypical traditional raising the lands dragon burning everything when it first comes out of it because it's like I did this and I did that, and then it's like, oh, those were choices and decisions that I made. No one forced me to do that stuff. I didn't want to say no because of this or because of that. I didn't think I had a voice because of this or because of that. And so it's like that fire, then the fire reignites the ash that's the self. And so the fire sort of like instead of it going out, it sort of comes in. But I would caution against the fire coming in. Again, it's a part of the process as we switch from one into the other, as we're rewiring our brains and our neural networks, and as we're learning to see things in a different way. So if you're in a space of like blaming and guilting and shaming yourself for being so giving, it's a part, it can be a part of the natural process, but also at the same time, you don't have to do all that. It's just to get you to put that fire on your ashes to reignite yourself and to raise you up into this purer you. And then you'll also find that as you give with this Knight of Cups energy, as you give that cup, the cup that you want to give and the cup that is for you to give rather than the cup that you think other people want, then you start to attract a whole new thing. And with the bird in this, it might bring in opportunities that are well beyond your scope to even imagine, because that light attracts things. So I guess I'll read these angels. Ananiel, this season brings many things, fairer tidings and fairer weather, a bold and brilliant sky shining in golden hue, these destined days without end. Look to the horizon, my son, see for yourself, its glory becomes us. I love that it's this Ananiel and not the Ananiel that was about the sailors. Shatiel, angel of silence. When words fail, Shatiel descends. The wind dies and the earth comes to a rest. In stillness, a new aspect emerges, the touch of an elusive angel. Space around it gains new meaning, held motionless by the grip of its presence. Fear not, it rarely lingers. I love this. I love the light coming from beyond the horizon. I love the birth of this new aspect in a silence after things come to a standstill. And I would say to release judgment for self and others. I might also say that it's just because like there's a limited amount of good that it can do. And it's almost like if you are the sun, what would you rather put your focus and attention on? Because your light nurtures things. Even when it's cloudy outside and overcast, it's still not night, right? There's still some kind of light to get the plants to grow, right? Places that are constantly overcast still have plants, right? They still have trees and grass, right? It's not as much as, direct sunlight, but things still grow in that presence. So, love that for you, Leo. Okay, who's next? These are I'm not mad at him. Next is Sagittarius. We go from a 6 to a 9. Hey. Sagittarius. 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 I'm going to say you're 55. I would say 55, 55, but I still got to type. So I'm going to say you're 56. Yeah. By the time I take out Leo and put in Sagittarius. Oh, I got that right. I'm pretty sure I did. I think I did. So, Sagittarius, the top of the deck for you is snap. What is happening? I mean, I'm loving these energies. The angel decks are coming through, Henny, with the good stuff. The top of the deck for you is the 10 of coins. Excited to be, not excited, but it's interesting that we've made our way out of the element of water. The 10 of coins is at the top of the deck, and the bottom of the deck is, who is that? The Empress. The 10 of coins and the Empress. Okay, Sagittarius, come through. So you have, you're mutable, so you get 3 different Sephira. Not even just 2. You get 3. Path 14, which is temperance. Interesting. Well, it's the number of temperance. Chakma and Bina. Chakma and Bina are the eyes. One is left eye wisdom and right eye knowledge, I think. I got my cheat sheet, aka this book. Chakma is right eye wisdom. Bina is left eye knowledge and wisdom. And then we have Malkut again, which is where everything plays out. So the 10 of coins is the vision of the holy guardian angel or of Adonai. That must be a 10 thing. No, because the princess had that too. This is resplendent intelligence. We've got Malkut again. It looks like Earth, Sphinx, storm cloud, handing down some kind of wreath, the sense of touch. And then in the Empress, this is number 55. The 10 of coins. The Empress is 105. She's got, I'm assuming that's Isis. It might actually be Hathor. Maybe the moon, some kind of rainbow stick. So the chakras all lined up into some black lotus. You got the rose. Oh, no, those might be carnelians or carnations. I don't know. A dove and a knot. Is that a chastity belt? Or a girdle or something? This one's interesting. Is that Isis or Hathor? Because I know Hathor has those things on her head. I don't know. Now this is interesting. But maybe it's just a wreath. I'm going to immediately... Number 1 again. Why do I even have 3 other decks on this table? It's all... So, this makes sense. So at the top of this, you have it back here, the angel of Sagittarius. So you get your angel, Sagittarius. You are where you're supposed to be, apparently, or something. Well, you also get Chazakiel, Angel of the Mists. And this, I think Reem had a few Sagittarius readings that was about the settling of the dust and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure they were Sagittarius. 55 would be Temperance and the Hierophant, which is again interesting because of the Path 14 here. And 105 would be the Sun and the Hierophant. So you have Temperance and the Hierophant, the Sun and the Hierophant. Hierophant for me is an energy that reads Sagittarius because it's all about it's all about higher levels of thinking. And that's what Sagittarius is, to me, at least. So at Vakiel, Angel of Sagittarius, when the world we live in feels too constrained, our eyes lift to the horizon. The endlessness of the world calls for us to depart from our lives and become a part of the unknown. In this space beyond the veil of the familiar, adventure awaits. A part of us never stopped existing in the wilderness. Advakiel guides us to rejoin the union, to seek for the sake of seeking, to live for the sake of life. And Chazakiel, Angel of Mists, this place that is somewhere in the middle, where can I go if I am denied flight? How can I stay if I am denied presence? These questions fill the night air, crowding my wings and obscuring the light. But I know I am not the fog, but I also know that I am. These cards make it feel like you got stuck. That's the Path 14. It feels like you got stuck in between a new and an old, or the next and the last. And it's interesting because the hand from the divine is handing down this wreath, this laurel wreath, symbolizing completion, victory, championing, like victory. I said victory, right? Completion, victory. Of like some arduous task. It's a thing of it's like a status symbol in a way. But I don't know if you're taking it. I almost wonder if there's something from the past that you've overly identified with. And Sagittarius, for me, it's honestly, especially in the past, it used to be an energy that I got frustrated with because Sagittarius is a super expansive energy, but the arrow is unidirectional. Sagittarius, y'all are my Jupiterian relatives, but I'm like Neptune Jupiter as a Pisces. So I'm like full fantasy. We're expanding in every direction, every area. And Sagittarius is the Jupiter with a point. It's Jupiter without getting lost in the Neptune. And that's where I would fall out with some Sagittariuses or some Sagittarian energies. Because it's like I would feel like we would be on the same page and then we would just like split. And I would be like, come over here, Sagittarius, and Sagittarius would be like, no. Like I'm going in this direction. My eyes are on the prize. I'm not going to be distracted by you, Pisces. But I'm like, what if I were to tell you that you're going to hit a wall in like 50 feet and you're going to hit a detour sign that's going to tell you to come back 50 feet to make this left turn that I'm trying to get you to make with me now? And you're like, what? That doesn't even make sense. And then, not always, but for the sake of the metaphor, they continue down 50 feet, they hit the detour, now they have to backtrack. But it feels like a backtrack for Sagittarius. It doesn't feel like because Sagittarian energy is what it is, because it's so unidirectionally forward with the released arrow, it feels like that backtrack affects Sagittarius in a way that it might not affect a lot of people. But again, with Sagittarius being the energy of higher learning, let's say that you are some kind of career academic who's dedicated several years of their life to furthering a study. All of a sudden, for one day, years later, a new piece of evidence, or because we see the world or we're capable of seeing the world in a new way, it invalidates everything that you spent the last 20 years building. It only takes one thing to prove something as false, no matter all of the situations where it's true, right? And so it's like that's where the feeling of over identification is sort of coming from. I don't know if it's an over identification of the self or if it's an over identification of something else, but it's like you're literally sitting in the energy of the Ten of Pentacles and the Empress. But there's just, it's like there's something that Sagittarius, I don't even know if Sagittarius would think to let go of it though. Or because of the Sphinx here, there could also be something that it's like Sagittarius really wants to know before they leave. And it's like, I don't want to leave with any questions. I don't want to leave with anything unanswered. And the divine, again, it's handed down the reef like, this cycle is over. Like, you're done. You can move into the next one. And Sagittarius might be like, but no, wait, like I didn't find out that one part yet. I don't know yet. I don't know why. I don't know why. And with the Angel of the Mist, it might be a thing that you never necessarily know. Or it might be looking for answers in a space that just like it's not capable of giving any answers, or answers that it gives might not satiate your curiosity or your desire to know. And so, in that point, would it be better to just leave things as they are and to go wherever you're headed next if you're never going to get the answer that you wanted? You know what I mean? Because at Vacchio, the angel of Sagittarius, it's calling you into the unknown. When the world we live in feels too constrained, our eyes lift to the horizon. The endlessness of the world calls for us to depart from our lives and become a part of the unknown. In this space beyond the veil of the familiar, adventure awaits. So if this is the angel of mists, Sagittarius would be stuck in the veil of the familiar. And that's a trap for Sagittarius energy. Again, going back to the academic. When you spend so much time, energy, resources, effort learning something, mastering something, only to discover that there's something else that speaks, and it might not even necessarily be against it, because it could be like both of these things are true energy. Um, but it's just like there's a difficulty in assimilating new information when it comes to certain things. And I guess it's also interesting that the polarity that comes out in the path for you is the path between knowledge and wisdom. And it's like, what is the saying? Knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting tomatoes in your fruit salad or something like that. So wisdom involves a certain contextualization that knowledge is absent of. And again, that plays into truth. It only takes one thing to prove something else false for us to know that it's not true. But that doesn't discredit all of the situations and all of the cases in which that thing is true. Knowledge would say that that's not true. because it's not true when this happens. Wisdom would say this is true in these cases, scenarios, and situations, and it's not true in others. So then the integration of the two of those, that's when we come into, now I'm getting into the Sagittarian, like, well, I already talked about academia, but it's like that's a sort of science in and of itself. If you are at this condition and this condition, like if it is 20 degrees outside and it's noon, then those situations would be favorable for this activity. If it's nighttime and it's a lot cooler, or if it's a lot warmer, then you might want to do something else. There's a situational whatever that, and I think that's what sort of branches Sagittarius out. So it still doesn't go full Pisces, because Pisces can get lost, but it's like that's sort of a pivot. It's like if an arrow hits something, and it's like if the arrow was a beam of light, if it were a laser and it hits a mirror, it's redirected. So it's still straight when it bounces off of that mirror, but it's able to be redirected. And then it comes into this lightning bolt energy, where instead of getting like straight to the point with like the arrow fire, it's this like zigzag lightning that's able to still hit its target and able to maneuver around whatever obstacles may sort of come. And so that's actually, it feels like that's an elevated form of Sagittarius. Like the energy feels like an elevated form of Sagittarius that I didn't even like. That's new to me. It's news to me. Because I never would have necessarily pictured Sagittarian fire as the thunderstorm or lightning. But I would, because with the flash of light and lightning, that's the realization. That's very like Benjamin Franklin with the key tied to the kite, right? Sagittarian science. So it's actually extremely Sagittarius. But maybe that's another thing. It's like lightning and the arrow. Well, when we draw a zigzag lightning and the arrow, they're very similar in the way that they move. It's just that lightning has a sort of um, pivotability to it that an arrow doesn't. Lightning is also a lot more dynamic while it's in motion. And with an arrow, once you release it, there's nothing you can do to stop it unless you can control the winds. And so with the path 14 being the alchemy side of temperance, it's interesting. Oh, temperance is Sagittarius. Temperance is traditionally Sagittarius. So again, you're in your energy. But why are you stuck? Those are questions that only you would be able to give you the answer to, Sagittarius. And it might take, I believe that I know from my personal experience, I believe that there is an intelligent, what do I call it, an intelligent universe, a compassionate divine that knows who I am and that knows who you are. So if you're the type of person that needs to experience things in order for you to really get it like cemented for you, then you'll have certain experiences. But again, it's up to you. Like the perspective is still in your hands. And so perspective might be something that you want to play with. Oh, snap. Is this like Futurama? Is this the Planet Express ship? Perspective is in your hands. So the arrow becomes lightning when we shift the perspective. It's like if I can only draw a straight line on a piece of paper. Let's come up with this super simple maze. And I will try to illustrate this for you. Emphasis on the word try. Um, I'm failing. I don't know how to do this. There we go. Let's do it this way. Oof, I messed up. Oh, darn it. Oh, it's in my head. Anyway, I'll just draw the straight line because I can't do the maze, okay? So it's like, ooh, this is going to be challenging in and of itself. Can you see if I, yeah. So it's like if I need to go from here to here, right? I can only go in a straight line. What I do is I do this, and then I move the paper to do that. You see that? Like that's what the power of your perspective can do. So it doesn't take you, it's almost like it doesn't necessarily require too much more out of you. You just got to move the paper. Now, with an arrow, the reason why I said is this the Planet Express ship is because in Futurama, their spaceship, it instead of moving through space, it moves space around it. And my brain operates in metaphors. I'm a Pisces, my Mercury is in Pisces in the 12th house. But it visually it looks like you would fire the arrow and then like somehow you would move the world around the arrow. So the arrow is always going straight, but it's everything outside of the world that moves and shifts to get it to hit its mark. Oh, I thought that was my mama for a second. I was like, she ain't supposed to be home till tomorrow. All right, Sagittarius, that was interesting. That's something. Next is, nope, Sagittarius, you literally just went. Next is Libra. Sagittarius is like, I'm not done. I need more information. It's like, no, Sagittarius. That would defeat the purpose. That would defeat the point. Sorry. You got this. I think that's my grandpa. Is that my grandpa? Am I grandma? Am I gonna have to pause this? I might have to come back. Libra, I'm gonna say you're starting at 117.30. Libra. So you have the Hermit, which is Chesed and Tiferet. What path is that? Path number 20, which is Judgment. 4 plus 6 is 10. The bottom of the deck, you have the Three of Swords. So the Hermit and the Three of Swords. The Hermit is invisibility, parthenogenesis, and initiation. I don't remember what parthenogenesis is. It's a word I've heard at some point before. The Hermit is intelligence of will. The Three of Swords is sanctifying intelligence. I'm so bad with flowers. It looks like some kind of lily, maybe. That's not a lily. Is that a lily? I don't know. Is that a water lily? I don't know. Your numbers are 2, 10, and 6. 210 is Judgment and the Wheel of Fortune. 6 is the Lovers. And then you have Bina. You're not even mutable, and you're coming out with 3 different Sephira. So Bina was left eye knowledge. Chesed is mercy. Tiferet is the heart. Right? Just trying to confirm. Yeah, empathy. Chesed, right hand, empathy. Bina, left eye, knowledge. So you have, there's this line between empathy and the heart. What's interesting, though, is this is coming out as knowledge instead of wisdom. And we have the Hermit here. The Rhino, the Lantern. Somebody looks like they're praying. An Egyptian person that I don't know. Are those the flowers that grow along the Nile? Um, an emerald looks like the jewel. I'm assuming it's emerald because it's green. I don't know. And then you have a hand coming out of a cloud. With the Three of Swords, you have the sense of smell, some plant I don't know, and some object that I don't know. Maybe you know. I have limited knowledge. And there is this a storm or is this a meteor shower? The Three of Swords is the vision of sorrow. It feels like this person would be in some kind of heartbreak and like praying for it to end or be over or something. But let's get more context. Oh, number 2. Libra is cardinal. Libra is like, you know what? I don't want the Angelarium year 1. I want the Angelarium Oracle of Emanations. So you have Azrael, Angel of Death, at the top of the deck, and at the bottom of the deck is Leliel, Angel of Night. Is he holding the book? Oh, that's my aunt. That's who that is. So the Hermit and Azrael with the book. I might read. I might not. Yod 10 and Bina. Wait, is judgment here twice? Path 20 is a path of judgment. 210 is judgment and um, the Wheel of Fortune. This is, oh, snap. Libra, you're also in your energy. Saturn in Libra is the Three of Swords. The Hermit is Virgo. I need to put something in my ears. I'm getting distracted. 1 second. Let me find what kind of binaural beat am I about to find? I'll just use my AirPods. Un momento, por favor. The voice is getting. Here we go. Um. Mm, mm, we're just gonna scroll. Whatever pops up first. Something should pop up. I see them all the time. Rain sounds for sleeping. We're gonna listen to rain sounds. Oof. Okay. So I'm listening to rain sounds. Oop. And it's interesting that it's rain because of the Three of Swords. Oops. Why did I do that? Is it quiet now? It's actually quiet now. So I was a little late. So I'm not going to do that. But it's interesting that rain sounds was the first thing that came up because it's an energy of someone who can't cry or doesn't want to cry. And so they'll go into the shower or they'll go outside in the rain. And so there's an energy of being disconnected from one's own emotionality. The rhino, it's an animal like the elephant, and that it holds an energy of overcoming obstacles. But the rhino, it's like something about breaking through. It feels though like there's something that you might break through that leaves you like really sensitive. Or it's like maybe you find yourself in a new space and what it's actually done is it heightens your sensitivity to everything that you couldn't cry about yourself or everything that you wouldn't cry about yourself. And so maybe it was a lot of like built up repressed sort of feelings over some period of time that for whatever reason it's just like all brought to the surface. And with the rhino and it being on the hermit card, it feels like a space that you broke into, thinking it would be one thing, but finding all of this. I'm going to read these angels. Azrael, angel of death, the assistant to man's creation and the architect of the human body. Azrael stands alone on the shores of mortality, helping remove the souls from the bodies of dying men, like precious seeds from the rotting core of an apple. The grim harvest is not to be feared, but demands respect, as few other things in time and space. From under the shroud of purpose come the hands of Azrael. O death, come to lay your hands upon me, O death, unfurl your fingers from my destiny, O death. Do not search here or there, it will reveal itself in time. It will breach the surface for a moment. It will take you and pull you under. You will know, and the knowledge will fill you, even as it consumes your soul. Signs are an apple, the ocean, and a skull. And it's interesting because we have being a left eye knowledge here associated with the Three of Swords. Oh, it was so quiet. It's fine. Leliel, angel of night, a fleeting spirit who dances across the sky, beautiful but aloof. Stars fill the tresses of Leliel's hair. The night passes, whether we are lost to quiet murmurs of sleep or staring out at a darkened expanse of sky. For everything you see, there are 1,000 things unseen. You witness the glimmer, the gleaming of what is truly there. Leliel passes from star to star, filling the night with light. One would think the darkness Leliel's realm. However, it is starlight that heralds night's arrival. Star bright, stars light dance on and on across this night. What lullabies await us? What glittering night charms will Leliel hang upon the sky for all to see, for all to dream? Signs are wind, shearcloth, and the moon. Something about this feels, I don't want to say mistaken. Um, because what Azrael said, you will know. I literally just reread it before I close this. Here it is. You will know, and the knowledge will fill you, even as it consumes your soul. So there's this knowledge that fills you, that consumes you, that twists. I don't want to say it twists and distorts because that might be a bit far. There's a knowledge that you know that skews your perception because it might be so much of what you know. But for all of that knowledge, it said nothing of wisdom. And wisdom would be something that I would look for in a space like this, because wisdom would tell you if you're applying that knowledge in the right way. Right. Again, if knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit and wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad, knowledge would have you putting tomatoes and all kinds of fruits in a fruit salad. And since they're fruits, like, you can put anything you want in your salad, but without that wisdom, that makes me think of me playing D&D. Because it's like, I'll know a little bit. I won't even necessarily know everything, but because of the little bit that I do know when I'm playing this game, I'll feel like I know everything. So I'm like, oh, like, let's go and do this. And then, like, the first time it did not work out for us. The second time it would not have worked out for us. Because for all that I did know, for the ways that I passed the perception checks to peek beyond the veil, there were still so many things that I wasn't aware of. And it's interesting because when I was playing that character, I knew that there were things that I couldn't read because I didn't roll high enough, or because my character stats aren't high enough to just know. But because of what I did know, I thought I knew enough. And it was like, no, the knowledge actually let, it's like the trap was already set up. But because of what I knew about the trap, I thought that I would be able to whatever, but it's like I still played into the trap. And it's like, knowing about the trap or getting more information within that space didn't help me avoid it. And because of the way I played the character, it actually made it easier for me to fall into it because I thought I knew. And I feel like there's a little bit of this energy here too. It's because of what we've, or what Libra has discovered or gone through, or what it knows, that there's a sort of finiteness maybe that Libra speaks with and engages with. And it's like, in reality, it's only a piece, it's only a fraction. And it's interesting because that's something that I would typically read more as closer to the shadow of Sagittarius, when we are so in our own knowing that we're not open to the truth that lies outside of it. And we could have a whole truth, we could have a complete truth, but there's still more truth yet, still. And it's almost this space of like, when knowledge becomes a burden. But again, for all of this knowledge, there's no mention of wisdom. There's also a 369 here. The three and the three of swords, the six that is associated with this card, and then the 9 that is the Hermit, and then 210 is another 3. But the 369, it's like it's the bounds on maybe reality, but the bounds on reality, it doesn't necessarily speak to all that exists beyond it and outside of it. It's like, um if you're in a program, the 369 will teach you to read the code, but the 369 won't necessarily teach you about other programs. The 369 won't necessarily teach you about the operating system on the computer that it's coded in. It won't tell you what hardware it's running on. And again, it's this energy where, because of knowledge, it's like when knowledge breeds a confidence that actually makes it easier for us to find ourselves in a way of suffering. And that's a whole saying: to know is to suffer, ignorance is bliss. But it's like, is it true? I don't know. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff I don't know. It might be true. Maybe I just don't know enough to know that it's true. Maybe I'm too dumb and I'm still blissful and believing in bliss because I'm ignorant. And I'm looking at this meteor shower and the 3 of Swords. And it looks like from the sky it would be gorgeous, but it for some reason it feels like these meteors actually impact the Earth. So there's just an area that gets pelted and pummeled by space debris. And again, maybe that speaks to that energy that was like with the rhino. It's like it's breaking through a certain space, but it's finding itself like extra sensitive to maybe a whole bunch of stuff. And chesed is empathy. So that could be a little bit of empathic burden. But if that's the case, I would caution against what is actually yours, empath. What is yours, and what are the things that you say are collective, or what are the things that you say are coming from other people? Because if you know that you're an empath, and because of that you know that these feelings are coming from someone else, when in reality it's like, if you know that and so you don't do the things that you need to do to work through, to heal and acknowledge and to see why you're hurting in those ways, if it's always like, oh, I'm feeling this person's pain, or I'm feeling this person attached to me, and with that knowing you just dismiss it, then it's like, well, here's a wound that will continuously fester, that will never be addressed, because you'll never see it as yours. And again, it's like that's where a wisdom would come into play. Wisdom to be able to differentiate what is within us but unseen, and what is truly outside of us. I don't know. I'd say it's time to get wise, Libra. And I feel like this is the roughest one so far. I mean, Sagittarius was whatever, but um, I'm gonna go for, I think it's the universe has your back, because I don't want to leave it like that. I ain't used this deck in a minute. This deck is going to find the words for me that I can't find. So I hope. Because I don't want to leave it like that. It's heavy and it feels whatever. But again, it's just like, if you know the type of person that knows everything, so you can't tell them anything, then it's like it doesn't matter because they already know. So can we get some salve for Libra, please? Ooh, what's this? I'll take this one. When I focus on my inner light, I see the world through the lens of love. We'll see if. And the Hermit, oops, is here. Okay, there's a bunch of cards. I will take every single one because all I have to do is read them. And you, Libra, can take whichever one of these resonates more for you. Deal? So, through prayer and meditation, I create a ripple effect of peace in the world. I surrender to a power greater than me. Ooh, I would feel that that one is relevant. Energy flows where my intention goes. Now, oh, this is a butterfly too. Okay. So energy flows where my intention goes. I was looking at the bumblebee here and how bees pollinate flowers. But it's almost like because bees are the ones that pollinate flowers, the bees and the butterflies pollinate flowers, they ultimately decide and determine what a certain area looks like because of the flowers that they pollinate and propagate. If there's a flower with nectar that bees don't like, then they're probably like not gonna go for that nectar, and because they don't go for that nectar, they're not gonna get the pollen to help that flower proliferate, and so it'll die off. It'll either die off or it'll become this rare sort of patch in this field of the flower that the bee loves. But for some reason, when I thought of the bee and propagating the flowers, it was just like the flowers that the bees don't propagate. It's the flowers that don't look appealing. It's the flowers that don't smell as sweet because the nose is also there. And so it doesn't grow. Energy flows where my intention goes. The presence of love will always cast out fear. So this one ties into this one, which I was like, okay. No, not this one. This one. When I focus on my inner light, I see the world through the lens of love. The presence of love will always cast out fear. So when I focus on my inner light, I see the world through the presence that will always cast out fear. And it feels like that will enable Libra. Now my throat is all bad. It feels like that will enable Libra to see beyond. I'm not going to clear my throat. It feels like that'll allow Libra to see beyond the veil that the Three of Swords puts in their face. It feels like this will allow Libra to start to turn some of that knowledge into wisdom. When I focus on my inner light, I see the world through the lens of the presence that will always cast out fear. And see that I did it. Ooh, so when I focus on my inner light, I see the world through the presence that will always cast out fear. That's something about that's when Libra gets to see the world like as it really is. beyond what Libra thinks it knows, beyond what Libra actually knows. Because again, it's just like there are things that are true, but there are other things that are true. And Libra might be caught up on, like, hung up on a few truths that just get them to limit their worldview in some kind of way. Next is the more energy and intention I bring to my faith, the more fearless and free I am. And this plays into this one. Energy flows where my intention goes. Well, they both say energy and intention. So the more energy and hold up, energy flows where my you'll have to combine these. There's a hummingbird though. Let me see. I'll try. I'm not just gonna give up. Energy flows where my intention goes. The more energy and intention I bring to my faith, the more fearless and free I am. I don't think there's enough of a difference between these to. It's just these two are playing together. Which again, it's interesting because we have, when I focus on my inner light, I see the world through the lens that will always cast out fear. The more energy and intention I bring to my faith, the more fearless and free I am. My faith has the power to turn trauma into healing, conflict into growth, and fear into love. And if I substitute the presence of love will always cast out fear, and then look, what did this say about faith? Oh, wait, no. That was this one? No, it's fine. Anyway. So my faith has the power to turn trauma into healing, conflict into growth, and fear into the thing that will always cast out fear. Your faith has the power to turn the thing into the very thing that will remedy itself with these two. So I think just like the way that I played with those might be able to give you a clue, Libra, into how you can use your knowledge in conjunction with, it's like to use truth and knowledge in conjunction with other truths and knowledge to get yourself to a place where you're able to overcome whatever this Three of Swords energy is. Where you'd be on the other side of the angels of death and night. So the angel of rebirth and the angel of day. A day of rebirth. Sometimes you can use what you don't know or use what you don't see with what you do know and with what you do see to know more. And that's something that, because the hermit was here, that's something that you can do sort of within yourself in a way. I don't know, Libra. My heart is with you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Hope you have a good whatever whenever you see this, and I hope you're acting in alignment to make all that you wish to experience your reality. Next is Capricorn. We got 3 out of 4 cardinal signs done. That is not how you spell Capricorn. That is not how you spell Capricorn. Capricorn is not C-A open square bracket R. I'm actually going to run to the restroom, so I will timestamp you, Capricorn, when I get back. I'm going to put a potty break. I'll just put BRB. And I will return in a moment. Can I do this? I should have an AFK All right, I'm back. So I think this is how everything goes. Capricorn, I'm going to timestamp you at 153:45 if I can get my little sticky note up. 153. Oof, Libra was rough. 153.50. All right, Capricorn. You are the Lovers. Wait. The Lover is at the top. The bottom of the deck is the Five of Coins. I see. Is that a whip? Well, you could be exploring different forms of intimacy. You could be getting a little more adventurous and creative and bold. Yeah, and the bedroom, because why not? This is another path. Path 17. The top of the deck is like all these paths. Path 17, it's the space between Bina, knowledge, and the heart, Tiferet. And then we have Gavura, which is 5, and that is judgment. I know it's the middle of the pillar of severity. Yeah, left hand judgment, Gavura. So you're working on the left side. But this is interesting. Because if you could see it, you have like this kind of shape of, I don't know. Where's my pointing pen? Like, you got this thing. Oh gosh, it's like this. Can you see that? No, you can't see it. This. You got this. Gavura is where the P is, okay? The P and path. You got those three. Oh, that's a little triangle. If we close it. Knowledge, judgment, and the heart. This might be a magpie. You got a sword on the Lovers. You got the two Egyptians symbolizing the twin. You got the twins. You got a fire, like a torch, a candle, some kind of acorn thing, maybe, or is that a beetle? I don't know. A crown with some roses on it, or some flowers. And then on the other one, on the 5 of coins, you have some kind of cockatrice, maybe. The people outside, 5 pentacles stacked up, the sense of touch, and a red stone. Don't think that's a ruby, but it's red, so it might be. Disposing intelligence is the Lovers. Radical intelligence is the 5 of coins. Power of being in 2 or more places at one time, and the vision of power. 153 is 100 is the Sun, 50 is Temperance, 3 is the Empress, and then 15 is the Wheel of Fortune and the Hermit. No, the Hierophant, the Wheel of Fortune and the Hierophant. So you have the Sun, Temperance, the Empress with the Lovers, and then the Wheel of Fortune and the Hierophant with the 5 of coins. The Wheel of Fortune and the Hierophant, it's an interesting space because with this 5 of coins energy, it feels like the Hierophant is everything is defined already. And so with everything being defined in the Hierophant, it's like with that Wheel of Fortune energy, where do you go after that? And so it might be between the Hierophant and the Wheel of Fortune is a potential world energy, world card energy, where you're coming into something completely brand new, way outside of your comfort zone with the 5 of coins, way outside of anything that you necessarily know. But with knowledge in the heart and the lovers, it feels like it's going to be a time for you to be open to the unknown, for you to be open to expansion, and for you to be open to connection and anything that you desired that you didn't find in the past. You might be finding yourself coming out of the cold when you're used to a life or a significant amount of time in it. And so, knowledge in the heart, it's like, it's for you to be aware. It's just to it's almost to know that, like, and I think this kind of came out for Cancer a little bit, your opposite, I guess. Um, it's to know that, like, you you were who you were because of the situations that you were in. It's like, because of the situations that you were in, because the people, places, and things you experienced in the past, it called for a certain part of you. And so there was a you that you had to be to fit those situations. But as you come into new, as you come into different, as you come in from out in the cold, it's to allow yourself to expand into a new sense of self too. And judgment and Gavura on this five of coins, it might be to um, maybe be a little bit more patient and to not jump to conclusions, especially when you know that you're in a new space, especially if you know that. Because it's like, if you're in a completely different environment, everything you know of the last environment, how much of that is actually applicable and relevant to where you are now? You know what I mean? So it is about, sort of, again, it's just like being open to allowing things to show you for themselves what they are: people, places, and things. You are also getting, I guess we're on the twos now, Oracle of Emanations at the top of the deck. Is that Kushiel, Angel of Punishment? That is Kushiel, Angel of Punishment. And at the bottom of the deck, Matariel, Angel of Rain, Hod, left leg submission. Just kidding. You get another emanation. Submission, the Angel of Punishment and Submission. So now you have Bina, Gavura, Tiferet, and Hod, which is 3, 5, 6, and 8. I think 3, 5, or 3, 6, 8 is a diagonal on the tree, if I'm not mistaken. And you have a past 17, which is the star. The star being an energy of wish fulfillment in a way. The star also being an energy of healing. So maybe healing into a wish fulfillment, becoming whatever, becoming the version of you that no, 3, 6, 8 is not. That's interesting though, because if you look at this, so here's the diagram, right? Maybe hold up. I feel like it's backwards, even though it's not backwards. You see the 3, 6, 8. It's on this side. It's dark. There you go. You see the 3, 6, 8. The 3, 6, 5 is a smaller piece of that triangle. Oh gosh, the 8, the 8 broadens out that triangle. So now you get the whole left side. You have the whole pillar of severity connected to the heart. Left eye knowledge, left hand judgment, left leg submission. Kushiel, Angel of Punishment. I'm going to read Kushiel because Kushiel is actually not as bad as it seems, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, and I might not, so. But it felt like Kushiel is like, it comes in and it removes things that it's just their time to go. And then left leg submission would be to let that happen. The hunter whose prey is falsehood, oath breakers beware, Kushiel will seek you out. Even as you stalk your own victims, punishment is upon you. No one who escapes the mark of Kushiel. Wait, what? No one who escapes the mark of Kushiel. No one escapes the mark of Kushiel. There are consequences for breaking your word. The pieces sharpen and sink into your flesh, embedding themselves within your heart. So long as the offense stands, you will always be held in the sights of the hunter. Seeking absolution is noble, however tedious. Begin that journey with haste, lest Cushiel find you first. Signs are a spear, a shaft of light, and a raven. So that's not necessarily. I was thinking of the angel of annihilation that comes in and removes things. Cushiel is not the angel of annihilation. Um, Hunter whose prey is falsehood, oath breakers beware. Where did this go? Hold up. Like this started so gorgeous. Capricorn, what is this? I mean, I guess these angels are reading if you broke an oath or if you're spreading falsehoods to just like let it be instead of continuing to let it snowball into something bigger and bigger and bigger beyond your capability to even recover from. Submit to whatever the punishment would be because it would be better to sort of like clear things up now than it would be to make it even bigger and to make things worse. The lovers and the five of coins, I guess that could be making choices and decisions from a space of feeling left out in the cold. Um, and in terms of like it reads very like doing whatever you have to do. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to make ends meet. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to get that promotion. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to do this or do that. It's making choices and decisions from a lack space, from a loveless, even maybe even space. It's choices and decisions that it's almost like, well, because no one else had consideration for me, I'm not gonna have consideration for someone else. And the punishment would come in when you start to do what was done to you to people who are like innocent, when you become the perpetuator of the not great things that you experience to like people who had not yet experienced that. So when you become their introduction to some kind of hurt, pain, trauma, or misery, then that weighs on you just like it weighed on others. And with justice, justice almost has this, for me sometimes justice almost has this timeless energy to it where it's like if someone does you wrong and then you do someone else wrong because you were done wrong, that cancels out any justice you would have gotten. If someone did you wrong but you didn't turn around and do that to someone else, now you get some kind of right made. Something is made right for you now. But it's almost like if you do something, it's like if you make $5 and then you spend $5, you break even. So if you're hurt and then you hurt somebody else, you break even. And if you're constantly waiting for, seeking, manifesting, praying for some kind of uh, retribution is the word that comes to mind because I don't want to use the word vindication. Um, but you turned around and you started hurting other people, then it's like, what's there to come for you? You've become the very thing that you are seeking. It reminds me of Semekiel, Angel of Vengeance. It's the sword that cuts both ways. And when Semekiel comes, it passes judgment on everyone who's taken offense. So it's almost like, we want our own offenses to be forgiven and we want the offenses of others made against us to be something done about them. But it's like, it doesn't work that way. It's total. All offenders will be tried. And so then it's like if you are someone who has offended, then you might want to think twice before you call down an energy of judgment because you might find yourself caught up in it, or you may have found yourself caught up in it. But if this isn't that, if you are someone who was done wrong then it's almost an energy of like, don't, it's like, it's just know that they have whatever coming to them, because it'll snowball on them. They'll get accustomed to operating in the way they operate until the point where it's no longer sustainable and something will happen. It's outside of your ability to whatever. So then it's like your energy would better your energy would be spent better elsewhere rather than continuing to focus on that five of coins energy. This is left heavy. I thought this was going somewhere else, but that's fine. I mean, if this hits and resonates for somebody, then it hits and resonates for somebody. Again, it's like submit to the punishment now. Don't make it worse. Own up now, or just like stop, because that's what happens. And maybe this is about moving forward. Like if you are an enterprising Capricorn, or if you find yourself at the beginning of a new venture, it's like keep in mind that I think sometimes when we're at the start of something, we think like, oh, I'll just do this in the beginning, and then when I reach a certain level, I'll stop. But it becomes difficult to do that when we find ourselves in the habit of doing something. Then it's almost like we start to do it absentmindedly. It becomes our second nature, and what second nature eventually becomes our primary nature, given enough time and practice. And so it's just to be mindful. Maybe it's a time to not take shortcuts as well. What's interesting is both of these cards feature two people, and the five of coins, they're both headed in the same direction, and the lovers, they're looking in opposite directions. Oops, there we go. And the sense of touch is here with this earth energy. This is Mercury and Taurus and Gemini. Gemini is ruled by Mercury. But with the sense of touch here, it might also be a warning to not get too attached to the tangible or the seen. Because when we do, we limit ourselves from experiencing all that lies beyond, from experiencing the more. It's almost like we eventually, it's like when we're out in the cold for long enough, it works its way into us to the point where it's like we do things to stay cold. So it's the shadow side of the Queen of Swords energy. Or we actively resist warmth. Or we just find ourselves cold without even necessarily knowing when it happened. I think there's also something here too that's about, it's like it's okay to have aspirations and goals, but don't like beat yourself up over them. It's like don't let them make you feel even worse about yourself or something like that. Because this could be a self-punishing energy with all of the choices and decision expansion and stuff like that. The Sun, Temperance, and the Empress. The Sun, Temperance, and the Empress. Like the Sun is gorgeous, the Empress is gorgeous, but Temperance is it's a measured energy. So it's a like, it's to not overwhelm or to not shock the system. It's to not do too much at once. And so it's paid out over the series of, years instead of it all being paid out at once, which might actually benefit you because while there aren't the things that you can do with that lump sum of money, it feels like there may also be something on the horizon that you don't know about. And with it being paid out over a slower, longer amount of time, then you'll have that resource there when you become aware of the thing. And so maybe too, if you find yourself in a space where you don't know something, I like this. If you find yourself in a space where you don't know what to do next, you don't know where to go, maybe it's to allow yourself to not know rather than having like a judgment energy that's directed inward, rather than judging yourself too harshly or whatever. Because again, maybe it's just like there's something that hasn't yet come into your awareness. That's why we submit to the not knowing without punishing ourselves for it. And I think too, it's almost like it's okay to have standards with the pillar of severity here, with the Gavura judgment. It's like you don't have to settle either. I think it might also benefit you to save money or to not be so frivolous with your spending. Because with Mercury and Taurus, it feels like there's a resourcefulness within the things that you already possess. Right? Mercury being commerce, business, trade, Taurus being one's own possessions. It's like that's where it's sort of coming in. So I don't know if you are like, if you want a new job because the one that you're working is not great for you or it's not fitting the lifestyle that you want in any kind of way, then maybe it's like save up some money so that you can be more comfortable in the period in between, if there is a period in between, if you reach the point where you just have to leave, because situations change. Maybe it's like you want to go remote because something comes up, or you're just dispassionate and you don't want to be there anymore, and so you'll give yourself a safety net while it gives time for the next thing to sort of build. As you're in that space, maybe you will work through some of the Five of Pentacles things within you that you just didn't have the resources, time, energy for when you were doing whatever work. Or it could be a connection, it could be anything. And it could be a toxic work environment that you just decide that you don't want to put up with anymore. And then maybe it's like after you leave, then somebody said something like that. Somebody was like, there was a job that they worked and somebody was crappy. I think I know who it was now. And they ended up leaving. And then after they left, it's like the people above the crappy person started to see that it was actually the person that was crappy and not the person who told me. And so they were like, hey, so like, we just reaching out to let you know that after you left, we did see all the things that they were doing and you were right. Um, it's not necessarily to go back. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Um, but it's that kind of sort of energy. And so that might be like when you decide to save up and get out or look for something else. And then after you leave, again, the divine, the universe, things outside of your control handle the punishment of that person. So you don't have to dedicate any time, attention, or effort to it. You don't have to get in the mud to wrestle with the pigs. the pigs will eventually come out of the mud when they're ready to eat or they're ready to go to bed or whatever. And then you can wash them down and put them in the barn. It's just things that you don't have to take into your own hands. It's almost like you don't have to energetically or physically or karmically get your own hands dirty. You don't have to become the very thing that was done to you or that you despise. And I think you would know that. Which is why it's almost like, but then that experience, it pushes you into really dedicating the time, energy, and effort to gravitate towards, to welcome in something new, something better, something more aligned to what you want. This could be a straw that breaks the camel's back type of situation where you're like, you know what? I'm just not going to put up with it anymore. And that's gorgeous. Again, if you have the ability to give yourself a little bit of a cushion or a padding so that you can be in the space of doing whatever you have to do and be at least a little less anxious about financial responsibilities, right? Because it can be difficult to allow ourselves everything that we need to allow ourselves when we have the pressures of needing to provide something. So if you can help alleviate that in any way, it might be wise, especially if you feel yourself in need of that. Or it could just be like maybe you save up money because you're going to take a little bit of a break, and maybe you would use up your paid time off, so you might take personal time unpaid or whatever. So you can take a little bit of personal time unpaid and it not upset the balance too much. Right. Just something like that, which is interesting because I don't think I've ever necessarily got to save your money. Well, I've been told to save my money, but I don't know if it's ever necessarily come out of my reading. And I didn't save my money. Well, I saved enough money to be okay. The little bit that I did save was enough when I needed it. So, oof. I guess I'm rolling both of these at the same time for whoever's next. Pisces. And number one, we're going back to the Angelarium year one. Year two. I keep saying year one. I don't even have the year one deck. It's year two. Pisces. I'm going to say you're at 221. 221.20 by the time I get all this done. I might be like 221.15. 221.15. So, Pisces, let's see. You're coming out with I'll pull these first. Is this Pinamue? Oh, it is Pinamue. Oh, it's the Pinamue that I don't like. The bottom of the deck is Sukloth, Angel of Verdancy. We'll see. We'll see how these two talk. Pinamue, Angel of the Written Word. What hath been wrought across the fiery hilltop? There we go. What hath been wrought across the fiery hilltop, these sculptures of men whose names the angels forgot, is this one. And then Sukloth, Angel of Verdancy. The wind passes the grass in waves, carrying with it the seed of growth, flowing across the landscape and burrowing into the cool soil. Plant life seeks the sky, and with it the dominion? With it the dominion of Sukloth expands. Let your roots settle. It is the season for blossoming. This is an interesting energy. So, what has been wrought across the fiery hilltop speaks of some kind of war, conflict, or battle. Those sculptures of men whose names the angels forgot speaks of a passing of time, a passage of time. Because they're not alive anymore. They're sculptures, right? And then we have this like burst of verdancy with Sukloth. The wind passes the grass in waves, carrying the seed up with it, carrying with it the seed of growth. So this could be, it's almost like There's an energy of a rebirth that's happening in a space that's been desolate for a while. It could have been ugly. But it's like the growth isn't starting here. It's starting somewhere else because the wind is carrying the seed here. And if it was a fiery hilltop, it could be volcanic. Um, volcanic, like after magma cools and stuff like that, which can take a really, really long time, the earth there becomes super fertile because of all of the minerals that the magma brings up from deep within the earth. And when it's cool enough to hold a seed and not burn it, that seed now has access to all that remains so far within the core, which is interesting because it reminds me of a Persephone energy. But this is an energy that's able to grow as if Persephone were in the underworld when she's not. So it's an energy because of that fiery hilltop volcanic explosion after it cools. Those things that the presence of Persephone in the underworld would sort of help, those nutrients that would help reach the surface for the plants to get to, it's like the earth itself like spat it out. And this could be, it could be the space of things before you even had an awareness. Like you could be the seed blowing in the wind that just finds yourself in a space that's been void of something. Like there's some kind of synchronistic timing here. Burrowing into the soil, seeking the sky. Let your roots settle. It is the season for blooming. So at the top of the deck is the Ace of Coins, Ace of Pentacles with Keter. Keter is the unknowable. So it definitely sort of reaffirms that energy of like things that transpired and happened that you might not even necessarily know about. But maybe you're just like, one day you find yourself like, oh, like this would be a good place to sort of settle, and then you find gold in on your land, or you strike oil or whatever. Bottom of the deck is the sun, the Ace of Coins, and the sun. The Ace of Coins and the thing that produces enough light to sustain it. The plant seeks the sky, expanding the dominion of Suckloth, the angel of verdancy. So these have flowers that I don't know. The sun has a cheetah and somebody face. This has to be Ra. This is between Had and Yasad. So it's path 30. Path 30 is the path of the hanged man, which is Pisces. So you're where you're. Jupiter is bringing out, Jupiterian signs are bringing out their own energy. They're in their energy, which is kind of cute. It's gorgeous. Sagittarius got, what was it? Temperance in path 14, the angel of Sagittarius. And then the Ace of Coins is the sense of touch. It's Keter. There's a one on here, which is the magician. Is that a swan or a goose? Is that a swan? And flight, I don't know. We got some kind of mystery. Look like a wind turbine that won't move because it's set in stone type of seal on it. And it's got a diamond as the jewel, maybe. They're also like in the sun, there are these two little angels holding an arrow, which is interesting. It's a bow and arrow. So Ra's hand, one of Ra's hand is on the drawstring of the bow. No, it's not, but it looks like it almost is. The other hand is on the Ankh. And it's interesting because it's Sagittarius. There was an energy. It was like, well, you can fire the arrow, but you can't control it. But with Pisces, these angels are controlling the arrow. You got an angel on both sides. Now, I don't know if like one of those is pulling it to stop it, and the other one is pulling it to make it go. I don't know if they're working together or against each other yet. Maybe for Piscean energy, it's like if you get stuck in your own head, maybe you can be like your biggest fan and supporter, but also your biggest critic and enemy. And so it's almost like with that mutability, especially in the space of emotion, it might be like hard to fully commit to something because there are all the pros and reasons why you want to do it, but at the same time, it's all the cons and like I can't because this, and that. And so it might be, yeah, because yes, Had is left leg submission. Yesod is the root. And so there might be things that you just have to sort of like let it go. Just fire it, let it go. The world, the universe, spirit will take care of the details. And it feels like, Pisces isn't necessarily opposed. The energy of Pisces, I would feel, isn't opposed to letting the universe take over and do everything. After, all I got to do is this and you'll do the rest. Okay. But I think also this can be a very intimidating energy because of the destruction that occurred with the Pinamue energy. So for a certain Pisces, it could be the space of like your dreams can come true, but are you ready for it? You know what I mean? The Ace of Coins is union with God, admirable or hidden intelligence. The Sun is the red treasure, power of acquiring wealth, collecting intelligence. And that's a row. The row is here on the Sun card. And row is something that we use for density. Our row is something that can represent density. And so with the Sun card, it's like that's a lot of good things, almost maybe all at once. This is 465. 400 is the world. 60 is the devil. 5 is the Hierophant. In the Sun card, the world, the devil, and the Hierophant. I mean, if the world is completion and ending, the devil and the Hierophant, it feels like a package deal. A lot of Hierophants will give you devils. And because of that, certain devils are associated with certain Hierophants. But it's almost like it's existing in a space beyond that. And in that way, it's almost like it's coming into a space where you're not limited by anything that you would perceive, or you're not limited by what is like realistic, which for Pisces is like, it's not that hard. It's not that difficult for a pure Pisces, and for Pisces as it is, it's not that difficult to not be limited by what is realistic and feasible and possible. We're not talking about Virgo. No shade to Virgo, because we need Virgo. we definitely need Virgo. Pisces would not a world make, because things gotta work, things gotta happen. Somebody's gotta actually do the stuff. But anyway, the Sun card is coming out on the side of Suklaf, Angel of Verdancy. So it's almost like it has this potential to, again, it said as the plant reaches towards the sky, it expands the dominion of Suklaf. So it's like, again, and I feel like it's almost like because the catastrophe happened, because the volcano erupted a long time ago, it makes the ground, now that it's cool, extra fertile. And so it feels like it's like a windfall, I guess. It's things that give themselves to more things that give themselves to more things. It's like a domino effect that gets like better and better and better and better. But it feels like as it turns better and better and better, we're going to have to constantly allow. We it's almost like we'll determine. We Pisces. You see how quick I want to identify with this? Yeah, this is me. Pisces will determine how fast it goes because the seed is there. The wind is bringing in the seeds. The earth is very ready. And the seeds, they burrow themselves into the ground. Some of these seeds you would have to actively pull out of the ground to stop it from growing. But again, depending on where we are with our comfortability and allowing a dream to be reality, but depending on where in the shadow side of Pisces, maybe because devil energy is here, maybe there's some kind of addiction that's there. And maybe it's an addiction that wouldn't be conducive to whatever lifestyle we're sort of like coming into. There's that we again. Sorry. And so that might be something that would like hold it back. And maybe not necessarily everything. It's a you thing. Maybe there is a bit of a discernment that you'll exercise. Kizzy Cut. Hey Kirsty. How you doing? How are you? I've been live for 2.5 hours and I've gotten through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 signs. Okay, I'm halfway through. All right, all right. But yeah, maybe it's like you don't want all at once. Maybe you decide and determine the pace. For good or for bad. For bad being self-sabotage, struggling to get outside of your comfort zone, taking time to accept this gorgeous, beautiful whatever as it comes in. For good, just being like, I don't want too much to happen at once. I want to be able to dedicate time and energy and effort to a certain thing. I want to be able to feel like I'm invested in it and I don't have a million other things going on. So you decide. And I don't think there is a right way or a wrong way. It's almost just like it's open. Ace of coins and the sun. And again, all of the earth itself, the soil is super fertile. So everything below the surface is taken care of. Because of that, you might find that a lot of the major healing that you had to go through and work through, it's for the most part done. Now you're coming into a space of being. It's like when I talked about how inner child healing is like a two-phase process. First, we heal the inner child, and then we learn to incorporate characteristics and aspects of it into who we are in our daily lives. So we become the inner child in a way. And as we embody the inner child, that allows the inner child to mature. But it's like, yeah, everything below the surface is good. Now it's just about growing, it's about expanding. And so also that might be a challenge for Piscean energy because Pisces is so dreamy, internal, and retrospective, introspective. It is so inside of its own head and mind that now it's like, well, be present in the world, engage with the world, don't retreat, don't draw back, you know. And that could be where a little bit of a challenge comes in. It's interesting too that we have like Keter all the way at the top. And then Yesod and Hod and Yesod. What path is that? Path number 30, which is the hangman. Which is interesting because it could be a space too where it's like Pisces could be coming into a time where all that it saw and envisioned in that hangman energy, almost like before the world caught up, it's like, well, now the world is catching up. Now the time is it's becoming time, things are ripening, the stage is set. And so I think that's where presence would help Pisces and where presence could also be the challenge. Because it's almost like, are you going to be in the moment and enjoy the thing? Or are you going to continuously be dreaming of the next thing? Always dreaming of the next thing, never engaged, realizing what's happening now right before your very eyes. Are you going to keep hanging or are you going to get down? You know what I mean? So you're fine. Happy birthday to your granddaughter, baby Aries. So that's what I got, Pisces. That was cute. Some of those other ones were a little heavy, a little rough. Libra said, we're about to make things rough. I was like, ooh, Libra, no. Why? Next is Leo. 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 I'm going to say that's 239.10 probably by the time I get this out. I can wait a second. So Leo. The card at the top of the deck for you is the Seven of Wands, Occult or Hidden Intelligence. It's number 28. 28 is justice / strength and justice / strength. It's either justice and strength or strength and justice. Either way. And is this a bobcat? Is this a bobcat? Or a lynx? I was going to say it's a liger. At the bottom of the deck, you have the world. Wait. Hold up, Leo. You came out second. I already did you. You already got done. You took somebody cards. That's my bad. Leo, I guess I forgot. So now you're coming out with the Seven of Wands in the world. The Seven of Wands for me is a pre-strength card. No, it's a minor strength. Seven of Wands is minor strength. The Knight of Wands is pre-strength and then strength is strength. Netza and Yasad. Netza is endurance. Yasad. Oh, this is Yasad into Malkuth. And Leo, if I recall correctly, yours was about, there was something that it was like resurfacing within you because now you're getting to the point where it's like you live for you rather than living for other people. Or it's like when your desires become more about you and less about other people. I watched one of Queen Cup's. I know. 3 birthdays. Your grandson is 19. The granddaughter is 21. Oh, 21st, and the other daughter is 21st. Granddaughter is the 15th. I can't read. They're all Aries. Oh, snap. Oh wait, or is it the 19th of the month, the 21st of the month, and the 15th of the month? April. Okay, it's April. So lots of Arieses and a Taurus question mark on the 21st. Gotcha. The 19th, the 21st, and the 15th. I got their stuff eventually. So I guess for you, Leah, it's just like to really come into all that you want to come into, you're gonna have to, I would say it's almost like you might have to step on a few toes. But it's just like you're gonna have to do what's right for you. You know what I mean? And so maybe it's like what did I say? Queen Cup. Somebody said they wanted fame and fortune. And Queen Cup, she was like y'all still want that? But she talked about how for some people who want fame, it's like that's the size of the void within themselves. That it takes that many people adoring and worshiping them as some kind of celebrity to feel what is missing within themselves. And that's one take on fame. Another take on fame could be just a platform. Maybe there's something that you believe in so much that you want a platform to be able to really speak to a multitude of people. There is a less, well, I guess it might still be egoic, but there is a different way that could come about as well. More often than not, it probably is the needing validation from other people and wanting it from a lot of people. But how many famous people have millions of fans and they still focus on the like 20 people that don't like them? They still focus on the criticisms. That's not something that comes, it's because again, it's like you can have 1,000 people that leave you nice comments, but it's the one mean one that you get stuck on. So if it only takes one or two mean things, it doesn't matter how famous or how many people like you. If it only takes one person to sort of bring you down, you know what I mean? But anyway, the Seven of Wands, I feel like it's just an energy of like the dedication that's going to be required for you to really, and it might just be, I haven't done Virgo or Scorpio yet, Steph. Um, Taurus and two Aries, yeah. Um, and it's almost like maybe sometimes it will, oh, this is Mars and Leo. Mars and Leo for you, Leo. Look at that. And Saturn. Um, I kind of like that though, because that plays in this way. It's like no, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and it could be people who are like, do this thing, like we love it when you do this, and like maybe you do it a little bit to appease them, yeah, sure, but it's just like you dedicating time, energy, effort to you. Just hijacked. I should have read it. I should have paid attention. I'm halfway through now. Wait, did I do Scorpio? No, 8 was at the thing before I did it. You want to know what's super interesting? So this is the number that just came out. It's 11. Leo, you stole it from Aquarius. Oh, that polarity. Oh, wow. Leo's like, okay, Aquarius, I'm going to let you shine. But first, I'm going to say this. Was that Kanye and Taylor Swift at the Grammys? Where Kanye was like, Beyonce had the best music video of all time, or whatever, in Taylor Swift's moment, or whatever. Anyway, um, Aquarius. I apologize to you for not looking at the signs that I had already done, but also at the same time, things happen in the way that they're supposed to, right? More often than not. Well, I won't say more often than not. Sometimes we decide and determine. I'm actually gonna pick your. I feel like you might give me a 3 or a 4. You gave me a 3. So I'm actually gonna do these first. Aquarius, you're the first ones to get something that's not Angelarium. Archangel power cards. The King of Gabriel. Look at that Leo energy coming out for you, Aquarius. Okay. And the 3 of Michael. Oof. 3 of Swords energy. But Libra had 3 of Swords energy. So air signs. That's fine. So the King of Gabriel is generous, inspirational, dramatic, and driven. Keep your eyes on the big picture, leave the details to others. Experience that leads to success and genuine concern for others. King of Gabriel. I love that Leo energy is coming out again. And then the 3 of Michael, release the past. You will grow from this situation, and time heals all wounds. Keep your eyes on the big picture and release the past. You will grow from the situation and experience that leads to success. Genuine concern for others, and time heals all wounds. This feels like a very generous and a very giving Aquarian energy. It's interesting because it feels like an Aquarian energy that's not the stereotypical, like disconnected Aquarian energy. Um, It doesn't feel disconnected, but it might have still felt some challenge in finding spaces where they feel like they belong. Honestly, it kind of sort of reads as like maybe there's a period in time where you were sort of taken advantage of, or where you wanted to see the better in people. And so you would ignore your own intuition when it came to like, hey, this person's just using you. They don't really care. They're not going to be there when you need them, blah, blah, blah. And so maybe you experienced some of that and then you got cynical. But it feels like there would still be some kind of internal battle because it's like that part of you that believes in people never really left. It never died and it probably never even got quieter. But life just showed you time and time again that it's like it would be unwise for you to give people the benefit of the doubt. And it feels like you're gonna come into a space where you're recognized for your generosity and your capacity to be compassionate and caring, also recognized for your uniqueness and your quirkiness with this dramatic king of Gabriel energy. And I know that, like, unique and quirky is falling into the stereotype of Aquarian energy, and it might not even necessarily be quirky like that. It's just like it feels like you might come into a space of being unapologetically you, and you're gonna find people who appreciate that, who love that about you. And so it's like you don't even necessarily have to be super quirky, but it's just like for whatever reason, there's some aspect of you that maybe you didn't find community in before that now you're gonna find maybe community, yes, but maybe just an appreciation too, where you don't have to hide it. And it's interesting because maybe that's why this is tied to Leo. Maybe this is the Leo Aquarius polarity. And I guess it is interesting because Capricorn had energy that tied back into Cancer. But I bring it up because Leo is also, it's like Leo could have been the energy that it's almost like Aquarius would have stayed true to itself and it would have foregone um, more social experiences. And so maybe like your circle is small and tight. But Leo would have given into the things that like keep people around. And so now Leo was going to almost be going to the, I guess if that's the sun is going into the dark place for Leo, it might be going into that, all of those things that like Leo suppressed. And Leo's going to go like, you know what? This is me. This is who I am. If you don't like it, if you can't stand it, leave. I'm not going to continue to suppress and repress and beat myself up and be miserable. And so it feels like both Leo and Aquarius, it's tapping into this deeply them part of them. But for you, it's like it just feels like things are going to be turning in a way where you can find that sort of acceptance. So continue to stay true to you, or be more you, question mark. I don't know. Jury's out on that one. Maybe you're coming into, do you have a Leo placement? Like a south node or a north node in Leo or something like that? Maybe Leo, I can see that resonating for you though. You might just find yourself in a Leo time of your life where it's about you owning up or like being more authentically you, and it's about you finding energies that resonate to the truth of who you are. And so it's like building out friendships and communities and stuff like that from that vantage point of like, this is Steph. in all of her radiant glory. This is the light of Steph. And it's not to dismiss the dark of Steph, but it's like to bring things and experiences in on the other side of the polarity, where if maybe you experienced a lot of like hurt or isolation in the past, and so you kind of sort of found yourself in spaces of more hurt and more isolation, it's bringing in things from a different viewpoint, vantage point of life, nurturing self. As you nurture and care for yourself and tend to yourself in those ways, you'll be nurtured and cared for in ways outside of you that you don't ask for or demand in ways. Because it's almost like sometimes if there's ways that we're not giving to ourselves, we'll look for other people to give it to us. But when we learn to give it to ourselves, it just like naturally is there. So you don't have to look for it. You don't have to try to force it from spaces that may not be able to give it. Potentially. It's with your Venus in your 7th house. You're an Aqua rising? Okay. Well, I guess you could be depending on where Leo is, but yeah. So it's just that kind of energy. And it's interesting because it feels like Aquarius is finding itself in a similar space. But it's just like, again, Aquarius didn't do whatever to like fit in anyway. Because it's almost like Leo, like if this were an internal conversation within one person or a conversation between the energies, it feels like both Leo and Aquarius would carry a element of some kind of loneliness. But it looks like Leo would be like, well, at least I'm not alone. And Aquarius would be like, well, does that make it any better or does it make it worse? Because I feel like if I weren't alone and I felt lonely, then it would just exacerbate the feeling of loneliness. Nothing makes you feel even lonelier than being surrounded by people. And then Leo's like, oh, you might be right, but there are times like, when it's nice to not be alone, to have other people to experience things with. And Aquarius is like, oh, yeah, that's true. I can see that. So, anyways. So the card at the top of the deck was the 5 of Swords. It is radical intelligence. This is Venus in Aquarius. So, Aquarius coming out with Aquarius. Leo got a bit of Leo. See, there are signs and elements that are bringing out their sign and element, which is gorgeous. This is the vision of power, the sense of smell, Gavora, number 15 again with the whip and is that a red carnelian maybe? I don't know. We have this cockatrice looking animal again. We have the 5 swords with these gauntlets on top of them. This is like a truce energy. And then the sense of smell. Again with the whip. And then at the bottom of the deck was the King of Swords. So I love that energy. It's got a horse on it, the sense of smell. It's got some naked dude. It's got a person with a horse and a scepter. What looks like it might be an anvil of some sort and some kind of flower that I feel like I should know, but I don't know. This is illuminating intelligence and the vision of God face to face. Radical intelligence and illuminating intelligence. I love that. Radical illuminating intelligence. It's like Aquarius, it is for you to not be compromising in that way. Because there is something that you bring and something that you offer that it's like it's being overlooked. And it's interesting because it's almost like not to play that polarity too hard, but we're already here, so I guess why not? Like Leo in its shadow could fight so hard to be liked and accepted by people that it'll just like it'll be whatever it feels like it needs to be to have more and more and more people around it. And it's almost like Aquarius just like has the thing. Aquarius has it without trying. But it's almost like Aquarius would have like that small town syndrome where it's like, you come from a place where no one appreciates it. And so you feel like it isn't whatever. And it's not until you leave that environment, if you leave that environment, when you leave that environment, someone comes across you and like, oh my gosh, like you had this presence, you had this style, you had this thing that like it's not seen in the world. You're completely you and unique and beautiful. And like, I want to put you in the spotlight. And then so it's almost like Aquarius, we're in the right, like when they leave, when they get out, when they come into this energy that Aquarius is coming into, finding that acceptance and appreciation for who they are, they get the thing almost effortlessly that Leo works so hard for. But again, it's almost like Leo could have the same thing if Leo wasn't like compromising themselves and trying to be who they need to be for everyone else. Which is why, again, it's like they're both of these energies are at the core of the self. And they're both fixed. So even though I said that, anyway, we're here now. So this is Chakma and Gavura, which is interesting because Chakma and Gavura don't have a direct connection. I think this might be the first ones we got where there is no direct connection, but leave it to Aquarius. Leave it to Aquarius. There's I guess this Five of Swords is talking about a guarded heart because all of the swords and these the gauntlets and the hands, they're over the heart where the heart would be, Tiferet. Oh, you got two kings. The King of Swords and the King of Wands. The Three of Swords and the Five of Swords. But what's interesting is these energies are across from each other. So it's like Five of Swords, Three of Swords, King of Gabriel, King of Swords. Five of Swords, Three of Swords, King of Swords. Hey, Susie. Suze. I am reading it. Oh, did I? I forgot to change it. Thank you, Steph. Ooh, that Leo energy was hanging around. Aquarius, you got Leo all on you. But I feel like that makes sense for Aquarius. So with that, it's interesting because that might be a challenge for an Aquarian energy that's found itself used to being on the outside. Because Leo was like front and center. Leo was center stage. And it's an energy, again, it feels like there's so much appreciation coming towards Aquarius. There's so much appreciation for who Aquarius is, but also for what Aquarius has to offer. It's like, it's how like a lot of people might be like, oh, that's refreshing. It's refreshing because it's so different, because it's so outside of the box. It's refreshing because it's an energy that will be itself. And maybe that's what people are like really wanting right now. People are really wanting like authenticity. And so it might not even, it's almost like it doesn't even matter if you are authentically somebody that I am not. I appreciate your authenticity in a world where so many of us try so hard to be like everybody else, to fit in, to get stuff, but to just be you and to love it. But it might be a bit of a shock to an Aquarian energy that's not used to it. Yeah, sorry, stuff. I blame Leo. It's because I rolled the 5 and I was like, I already did Leo. And so I forgot to change it to Aquarius when I re-rolled into Aquarius. And the sense of smell is interesting. Smell is interesting because I guess it's kind of like hearing in that sense. Because it's not purely sight. Like smell gives us a little bit of a touch sensation without the proximity of touch. So it's like smell, it gives us more touch than sight, but more sight than touch because we're not right there. And hearing can do the same or similar, but smell, it just has like a different pathway to the brain. Um, so I guess the one thing that Leo would have to teach Aquarius is a certain level of compromise. That's not compromise. Approachableness or friendliness, approachability or friendliness. Because I guess my only concern for this Aquarian energy would be it's almost like it's an Aquarian energy that would find itself accepted by people and appreciated by people, but it wouldn't necessarily know how to engage with people if it never had to. And so it's just like there's a level of like politeness that would be nice, right? Or there's a way of delivering things if something needs to be said. It's almost like it could be a little off-putting, and it's coming in the King of Swords for some reason. But then that it'd be an Aquarian energy that's like, well, you said you like me for me, and this is who I am, and and it's like, so maybe there's a little bit of Aquarius that can tend to grow extra abrasive, especially an Aquarius that's used to rejection, for example. And so it's like Aquarius does all of these things to either actively push people away or to be like, oh, well, it's okay because da da da, well, blah, 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 whatever. Anyway. And so there is a softening that needs to happen there. Maybe there were things that Aquarius picked up while it was in that Three of Swords that aren't necessarily true to Aquarius. They were conditionally true, just like things were conditionally true for Leo. And it's like, it's not that they aren't true, but there's a truth beyond the truth. And I think that's sort of been a theme through all of these. It hit extra, extra hard in Libra, but it's a theme that's been around in all of these. It's like there are truths outside of what we already know as truth, and we're growing and expanding into them. And so as we grow and expand into ways that are unfamiliar or unknown to us, we have to allow ourselves to grow and expand in those ways. And so things of ourselves that we knew as true when we were in certain environments and things of certain environments that we knew of as true. Because of those environments, we might have to be in a space of relaxing so we can learn what is sort of coming. So we can learn the new thing. And so we can learn who we are in the space of this new thing as better or different, hopefully better, but different things are sort of asked of us and required of us. Smell is your area of expertise. It is. I have my sense of smell is interesting. Like if there's something different, sometimes I can smell it. And it can be the tiniest difference. And I'm like, something's off, something's different. What's that? Mm. And there's like when I was wearing my mask, there are some things I can smell better with my mask on than I can smell with my mask off. And I think it's just because it's like there's less smells getting through it. So I can really pick up the difference. I don't know. It's weird. I'll put it on. I'm like, do you smell that? And somebody else will be like, no. And then I'll take it off. I'm like, I don't smell it either. I was like, oh, I don't know. It's weird. Anyway. So I guess that's what I got for you, Aquarius. And it might be um it might also be it was a blessing and a curse. So mutable is Pisces, Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini. Mutable is it's like it's able to engage with itself and with the environment. And this from me. Like the official legit, I don't know. Cardinal, it's all about the environment. They're the initiators. It's Aries, Capricorn, Libra, and Cancer. And so they're the ones who are really good at starting things because they're really good at connecting externally to themselves. Fixed energies are the more stubborn ones. That's the Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, and Aquarius. And they're really good at like knowing themselves, like knowing what they like, knowing what they don't like. And they can be fixed when the environment asks them to change in a way or it asks them for something that it doesn't vibe with themselves. And they say no. That's when they can look super stubborn. And it's like, cardinal energies are super gung ho to sort of like get in there and be involved. And so that's why that's how I would break it down. And then you have elements that are also like fire can be more cardinal in nature, water and air can be more mutable in nature, and earth can be more fixed in nature. So then you would have like Capricorn, where it's like it's that cardinal engaging more yes energy, but it's also earth, so it's fixed. So it might be like a yes, but or a yes. Yeah, it might be like a lot of yes, buts. It's like, yeah, but let's do it this way. But only if it's like this. But it's still engaging, a lot more engaging than a fixed Taurus Earth could be, unless you're doing something the Taurus wants. Now, if you're talking about having 8 mutable planets, I would say that that's something that's it's more mutable within you. I'm not super well versed in astrology, so I wouldn't be the best person to ask, honestly. Um, but with what I said, you sort of, and it's like astrology, it's you in a way. So the more you get to know you and you get to know your chart, you can find out what those energies sort of mean too. But yeah, that's what I got for you, Aquarius. Um, it might be a slow process of opening up, and that's okay. Take your time, but also don't be afraid to open up. You know what I mean? There you go, Pam Gregory. Check her out. I am not good for especially traditional astrology. Next, Aquarius again. No. Did Leo do that too? When I was like, I just did Leo. 9, Sagittarius. No, it was Sagittarius. Sagittarius was like, no, it was me. That wasn't Leo. That was me. I rolled 2 9s in a row. 1, Aries. So it looks like fire is going to be the first complete element. Oh, Aries, you're completing the element of fire and you're completing the cardinal sign. So Aries is coming up with a twofer. 3 13 40. I'll say. And we're going to switch this from Aquarius to Aries. 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 Excuse me. At the top of the deck, you have the 6 of Wands, which is Jupiter and Leo. At the bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Wands, which is double fire. Wands. Air. A lot of these, or quite a few of these, are coming out with the same suit. So you got the bee, you got the leopard, some thingy that I don't know, fire, obviously, some stone that I don't know, Bina, left eye knowledge. There's been a lot of knowledge. And Tiferet, the heart. Here's a plant that I don't know. The phoenix is your mystical animal. This is connected to the element of sight. And we have a staff with a laurel wreath on it. Oh, it's the 6 of Wands. It's victory. The 6 of Wands is the vision of the harmony of things. The Queen of Wands is the vision of sorrow. Why is the Queen of Wands the vision of sorrow? That's interesting. Let's see. Am I going to get a 4? Oh, I got a 4. You're going to be the first one to get the Angel Tarot. You have the 2 of Pentacles, Poyel, God who supports the universe, and the bottom of the deck is Sayalaya, the 6 of Cups, God who stirs all men. Aries coming up with the fire. I think the Queen of Wands is Cardinal Fire Aries. This is super interesting. Poyel, 2 of Pentacles, God who supports the universe. This is fortune and fame and fulfills any request. After talking about all that fame and fortune. This is fame and fortune on top of the 6 of Wands. Fame and fortune on top of the 6 of Wands. Intelligence of the mediating influence and sanctifying intelligence and the Queen of Wands. Sayalaya, God who stirs all men. This is number 45. Poyel is number 56. This is an 11 and a 9. And I just rolled a 9 after the second 11 that was Aquarius. 11 and 9. An American, that is November 9th. November 9th would be Scorpio. No, that's, Scorpio. November 9th will be Scorpio. That's early Scorpio. Early Scorpio. That's not early Scorpio. Motivation lifts up those who are fallen and humiliated. Excuse me. 1 second. Oh, snap. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. This is, I don't know why the Queen of Wands would be the vision of sorrow. This is interesting. Because this almost feels like this is six. Six is the lovers, and 21. 21 is the world, but it's also um, justice slash strength and the magician. It feels more strength, the magician and the lovers, because with the Six of Wands and the Queen of Wands being the vision of sorrow, it feels like there were choices and decisions that you made in life for the betterment of you. Maybe it's choices and decisions, maybe it was a journey and path, but it feels like it might have strained certain relationships. And so it's almost like while you were doing what you had to do for you, maybe there were some people that you weren't able to take with you. And it's almost like as you make it or made it, or as you come into more, or as you, it's like when you want to celebrate, maybe it's like there's somebody there who you wish you could celebrate with, but for whatever reason, you went your separate ways. And with this Sayalaya, lifts up those who are fallen and humiliated. I don't know if it's like there were ways that you're moving in life. It's almost like it's not a, it almost reads as a light trauma bond, but it's not a deep one necessarily. Because it's like maybe there was a healing that you were doing. Again, it's just an energy like there was something that you were doing for you that you needed to do. And there was someone who maybe you met and you were also doing the same, but it's like maybe you felt like they hit a snag or something and you just couldn't, or it's like it reached the point where it's just like it would constantly bring things down. And so maybe you had to make a hard choice to ease up on it a little bit because it's like maybe to you it felt like an energy that wasn't doing, I don't want to say it like that because I feel like it might be but it's like maybe it was an energy to you that was like it wasn't doing what it needed to do to not be down. And it's like it was more interested in being down, or it just like it wasn't whatever needed to be done. It's almost like it was like laid out right there, but it just wouldn't do it. They just wouldn't do it. And so you just made the choice. It's like I can't, in good energetic faith, continue to sink time, energy, or effort into this. Because at the end of the day, it's almost like no matter how much encouragement or presence I give, it's nothing's changing. And maybe it just became too much of an energetic cost for you, especially if there were things that you were focused on moving forward in your life. And you're just like, I can't afford to feel like I'm pouring energy down the drain. Uh, and it's like you accomplish the things, you get where you're going, and maybe there's a piece of you that wishes that you could give something to whoever that was, that you can help them find the space that, because it's almost like, if we related as well as we did, and if I can make it, like you can too. Like I know you have the capability within you to do this, but for whatever reason it just didn't seem like you were doing it. And I guess if you're an Aries, Aries is like, I'm gonna do it. I'm cardinal fire, baby, let's go. I can't just keep sitting around here all day. And I think I read it was the Queen of Wands in some entry. It's like the bane of the Queen of Wands is a lack of self-confidence. It's like if you don't have self-confidence, the Queen of Wands is going to lose interest in you very quickly, because the Queen of Wands doesn't have time to just sit around and gas you up all day because you can't feel good about yourself. Like the Queen of Wands is like, let's go and do something. Like, let's be in this energy and be like magnetic and attractive and radiant, and like, let's go out into the world and have fun. Let's see what the world gives us, and not like, let's sit inside all the time and woe is me, this isn't working, that's not working. It's like, okay, well, what are we going to do about it? What are we doing about it? And again, with the B here, it's just like, maybe Aries, you've realized the power of your attention and intention. And you've learned to spend energy in ways that get certain things sort of moving. And so you know what to nurture and how to nurture it. And it's interesting because, not that Aries doesn't care about people, but it feels like it's a very nurturing Aries energy. But again, it's an Aries nurturing energy with the patience of the Queen of Wands. And it's like, I can't believe in you for you. I can't have enough faith in you for you to have self-confidence. I can't love into you. So when you get that figured out, then like hit me up and we can go out and we can be on this new page. Um, yeah, Astrology Cafe. That's a good one. I know that's a lot of people's introduction. It seems like, I don't know. It seems like it's a lot of people's introduction. Um, this is an interesting energy though. This isn't necessarily what I expected for Aries. Um, but it does. The Magician was here, right? Yeah, it was strength in the Magician. It was strength in the Magician or justice in the Magician, and it felt more strength because Aries did what Aries had to do. And now Aries is coming into the perfect energy for Aries of being able to manifest things with its time, energy, and attention, like giving it to them. And it feels like that's the way that Aries would want to do it. It feels like Aries would want to be more hands-on and involved with the things that they're bringing into their world rather than just like getting it. Because getting it is exciting, but like creating it and making it, it feels like it's more involved in the process, and it just feels like it'd be more enjoyable for Aries to be a part of the creation. And maybe one day that person, they do the things that they need to do for you to feel like that's an interaction or a relationship worth investing energy in again. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like it's their choice and their decision. Um, it doesn't feel like it was necessarily an easy choice, but it just feels like, again, Aries just reached the point where it's like, I can't or I won't. Um, so good on you, Aries? Question mark. I don't know where to take this. I guess it's just like, focus on you, keep doing what you're doing, and when that person comes around, if that person comes back, if it is a person, maybe it's an opportunity. Um, maybe it's like there was an opportunity that came your way that at the time it just didn't resonate, or you were focused on something else. And maybe you're like, man, like I would love to have another chance at that. like where I am now, like being able to really put my all into it and to invest in it and to like with all of the baggage that I've worked through, maybe that opportunity will come back. Or maybe it won't and you'll find your way in some other lane. If it's an opportunity and not a person, it would be easier for me to tell you to just be open and to like, not to forget about it, but to not let it weigh you down so heavily. When it's a person and there are feelings and attachments, that's when it's not as easy. Uh, but stay in the joy of it. If it is a person, your happiness and joy is the best thing that you can give that person. It's almost like that's the best thing that you can show them to motivate for to help them motivate themselves to do whatever they need to do, especially if they knew and it feels like it would have been people that you knew fairly well, so it's almost like it's people who would have known the weight of the choices and decisions that you made to do the things that you need to do for you, rather than someone who could so easily dismiss it as like, oh well, they have it easy, blah blah blah, whatever. You know what I mean? Now they could still make the choice to do that. Again, it's not within them. There's nothing that you can do, but it's like that's the best thing that you could do for them. Because then maybe they'll have that time where it's like, okay, I think I can do it for me. Maybe they need to see it to believe it, but they can't see it in themselves if they don't do it. So they'll see it in you and then believe it for themselves too. I don't know. Um, but I love your heart, Aries. And I love your tenacity and courage and bravery to do for you all the things that you needed to do for you. Because it doesn't show up on the surface here, but it feels like to like be in this energy, there's a lot of things that you would have had to do. And it would not have been easy. It might look effortless and easy, or people might think that it's easy because of where you started and where you are and where you're going to be, maybe. But things in life are rarely that easy. You just did it. So, congrats. And maybe if you do decide to help others in some way, um, you'll help them to the extent that you're comfortable with. So maybe it's for you to learn boundaries. It's for you to learn how much you can give. And as long as other people respect those boundaries, then it's almost like there's no reason why you can't have that relationship. But it might take some navigating and some stuff like that. Maybe you don't, maybe you do. I don't know. That was whatever that was, Aries. But that's what I got. Next is I already did Cancer. Next is Scorpio. Scorpio, you are going to be finishing out the water signs, and we haven't done Taurus yet, so not the fixed ones. Scorpio. Scorpio. Oh, Scorpio, you're the first on this Taurus Scorpio polarity, so I have no clue what this is going to be. Did Aries play into Libra at all? Oh, I was going to say, did Aries play into Libra? Because I know we had a Cancer Capricorn polarity and a Leo Aquarius polarity. Um, because Libra's was like, if there was an Aries Libra, and Aries is going through an energy of having to essentially, I guess, leave somebody behind. Libra, it's like Libra had all of this knowing that was their Three of Swords. And so it felt like Libra wasn't able to go beyond anything that it already knew, and all that it knew was the Three of Swords. So it could have been a thing. Maybe an Aries had to leave a Libra. Maybe a Libra needs to be more Aries. I don't know. Oof. So 333. We're gonna give you the 333, Scorpio. Because you deserve that. What's that? 5 threes is a 3? No, 5 threes is a 6. 3 plus 6 plus 6 is 3 plus 12 is 15. So, Scorpio. Scorpio, why? Why, Scorpio? Why? Okay. So, Scorpio, I'm going to say you're sitting in the energy of Capricorn. Because the devil was the card at the top of the deck. And I'm like, yeah, Scorpio, you can be the dark, occult, whatever. You don't have to be, but it's your energy. So you can be. I don't think I've ever seen this card in this deck. I haven't used the deck too much. And this is Hot and Tiferet. Path number 26. It's 351. Is that marijuana? Is that a marijuana leaf? I don't know. Maybe that's the plant. Maybe it's not the plant. You've got the Ram coming hot off of Aries, the eye of either Ra or Horus, one of the eyes. You've got Anubis. And path 26. 26 is the Lovers. Well, it's justice / strength in the Lovers. Number 351, 300 being the Fool, 50 being Temperance, 1 being the Magician. Fool, Temperance, and the Magician. This is an interesting energy for you, Scorpio. Because if this is Fool, Temperance, and the Magician on top of a devil energy, then it is almost like it feels like it's breaking. If devil energy is like addiction and obsession and stuff like that, it's breaking it. But it's like I feel like there's like a gorgeousness behind this energy, and sometimes Scorpio comes out with like a surprisingly gorgeous energy. I'm like, Scorpio, I'm glad to see you for this. I'm glad to see this for you, Scorpio. I love it for you, Scorpio, because Scorpio, I'm a Pisces. I know that Scorpios are like low key gorgeous, but high key other things. um, and to various degrees, you know. The other card is the King of Coins. So because of the King of Coins with this devil energy, that's when I was like, oh, it could be like more Capricornian. I guess the King of Coins and devil in the shadow. Does the devil have light? But in the shadow of that, that could be an obsession on like monetary things. So it could be like a lot of greed, high greed energy, high insecurity. Watch Rob Odinson's video on the more you heal, the less you need, and what a like scarcity, lack mentality, and fear, trauma can do to a person who is just like who acquires resources, money for whatever to prevent some kind of situation, but it's never enough. And so they actually find success, but it's never enough success. Um, I don't necessarily think it doesn't have to be that. Scorpio will go we will go wherever it is that we're going. Now, Scorpio, what I love for you is that you have Chakma, which is wisdom. There's been a lot of knowledge and a lot of signs, and most of them didn't also come with the wisdom. You're coming with the wisdom, though. 3 is the Empress. The King of Coins is the vision of God face to face. The devil is the witch's Sabbath, so called, the evil eye. And it's renovating intelligence. The King of Coins is illuminating intelligence. So Scorpio is renovating and illuminating intelligence, which is interesting because then it makes, just like Aquarius had this energy of, and maybe that's a fixed sign thing, maybe not, I don't know. Oh, snap. There's Rob. Hey, Rob. Oh, snap. I hope you enjoy your time with your friends. I have, he's a Gemini. One of my old college buddies randomly reached out to me a week ago, maybe at some hour of the night, and was like, hey, like, I'm local-ish to you. Like, let's hang out. And so we're going to be hanging out next Saturday. I was like, okay, love that. Did not expect this at all. We're going to be hanging out on the day that my Saturn return is more direct and Jupiter is conjuncting Neptune or whatever. So, but like Aquarius had an energy that was like, it was a radical illuminating intelligence. Scorpios is a renovating illuminating intelligence. And so it feels like with this hidden behind devil energy, it's almost like there are things, it's like there are truths that are hidden in dark places that Scorpio will be bringing to the light. And because it's devil energy, it feels like a Hierophant is involved. In a way, it's like there are things that we have been taught to fear, or things that we have been conditioned to mistrust, that it's not what it actually is. And it's interesting that this is the Fool, because yesterday the Fool was looking in the same direction as the Shark. And it was like the Fool sees in the Shark everything that we're fear mongered into dismissing or not seeing. The Fool sees beyond the fear. And so for that, Scorpio might hold some medicine for Libra. Um, but anyway, let's see what deck you get, Scorpio. Scorpio, you also get the 4, which is Angel Tarot. I guess we're on the Angel Tarot wave now. We were on the Angelarium year 2 for the longest, and then we went on to the Oracle of Emanations. We did a very brief stint in the 3, and now we're in the 4. I love how it was like 1 1 1 1 1 2 2 3 4 4. You know, I thought I'd be a little bit more all over the place, but apparently not. So the top of the deck for you, Scorpio, is Strength. Oh wait, I don't have it. I don't have a 20. Strength, Hakamaya, the raising God. This is loyalty, delivery from those who seek to oppress, and brings victory. That's on top of the devil. And then the bottom of the deck is the 7 of Swords, Monaco, God nurturing and maintaining everything. This is number 66. Strength is number 16. Knowledge of good and evil appeases divine anger and cures epilepsy. I feel like there's a strange synchronicity in the devil being the serpent in the tree that convinced Eve to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And then we have Manakel, the 7 of Swords, which is the knowledge of good and evil. And we have the devil card that came out for you, Scorpio. So, but again, it's another crisscross energy. And Aquarius had that crisscross. because it was the Three of Swords and the Five of Swords were opposite each other, with the King of Wands and the King of Swords opposite each other. So Strength and the King of Coins would be opposite each other. I think there's also a bit of there are things that are innately neutral. There are things that are not good or bad. It's how we use them that can be good or bad. And so it's almost like this nuclear power energy for you, Scorpio. It's like our introduction to nuclear energy was through bombs, nuclear weapons. And it's like because that was our introduction, there's so much that nuclear power has to give us, especially when done properly. That would probably be a lot cleaner and a lot better for the environment and a lot more sustainable or whatever. But it's like because of our first interaction and engagement with it, we're colored in a way, our perception is colored in a way where now it's a lot more difficult to have as widespread and widely implemented, even though it could be potentially extremely beneficial for us and could also at the same time potentially help to lessen some issues and solve other problems that we're having. Which is interesting because that I would classify as a ploy of devil energy. And so maybe Scorpio, you found that for you. Because devil energy could be an energy that knows how good something is and knows all of the trouble that it would solve. And so, in order to keep us from doing that, it'll give us a negative first impression, or it'll give us a negative first interaction to the point where our perception is so colored that we refuse to see things any other way. And so, because we refuse to see things any other way, we actively refuse things that could make life easier, or we actively refuse help and assistance. Um, which is why the Seven of Swords, knowledge of good and evil, would be important. You're also coming out with wisdom and the Chakma and the King of Coins. So I think again, because something it's that renovating. Renovating feels like rejuvenating, feels like purifying. It's this renovating and illuminating intelligence that you're coming out with, Scorpio, that you'd have the wisdom to know the different contexts and situations through which something was used. You'd have the wisdom to know that nuclear energy itself isn't bad. It was the atomic bombs that we shouldn't have done. That was the bad thing. I wonder too, Scorpio, if you'll come into some knowing of how to, because temperance is here. It's the Fool, Temperance, and the Magician. The Fool, Temperance, and the Magician. Love it. Love this for you, Scorpio. But I wonder if you'll be coming into the knowing of how to alchemize things, coming into the knowing that anything that is good for you can be bad for you in a significant enough quantity, and many things that are bad for you can be medicinal in a small enough quantity, in a small enough concentration. It makes me think of Belladonna. Shout out to Tweety Versing. Um, and Belladonna spoke of us not necessarily knowing the bigger picture when things happen and when things go down. And so it can be easy to get lost. And I love the raising God because it feels like it's raising something from the depths of the underworld. I'm glad to hear because this is gorgeous. This is gorgeous for Scorpio. Um, I wouldn't. This is one of those energies where I feel like I wouldn't even this. I would categorize this as beyond me in a way where I don't know where this would take you. Um, it would probably, I guess, it could be something that would be so different for so many people because just like how Aquarius is holding the space of getting us to see things that we because it's radical and illuminating. Aquarius could be us just yeah because it was the opposite of Leo. It's us getting it's starting to see those truths that we ignore. Scorpio on the other hand, it's like it feels like it's almost bringing things to the surface that we wouldn't even necessarily know to think about even maybe, or things that like we're just so conditioned to seeing in a certain way that we wouldn't even necessarily question it. It's either of those. It could be bringing the unknown into the known, or it could be bringing the unconscionable into the conscionable, but it's unconscionable in a way that we subconsciously and unconsciously just automatically go from point A to point E. Like we don't even think of the B, C, and D in between. And Scorpio's like, actually, if we break this A to E down into the B, A, B, C, D, E, we would find that when we get to point C, we could take this other branch. And so that would lead us down this completely different path where we would actually experience a lot better. So there's some thing that we're not even thinking about in these processes that we're not even completely aware of that might lead us to playing out the bad or that might lead to more bad interactions or outcomes. But it's like there are things in between that could actually lead to better. And again, that's the knowledge of good and evil. It's also interesting that this appeases divine anger. The Seven of Swords Manacles appeases divine anger. But to appease divine anger, it feels like it brings in a sense of understanding, which again, it's um, brain. It's along the same lines because it's like understanding. It's just like the energy. It understands that we've been conditioned in the ways that we've been conditioned. Because again, devil is the product of the Hierophant more often than not. Um, well, I feel like the devil energy can be the product of the Hierophant, or it could be the cause of the birth of the genesis of the Hierophant. So either we're told to fear certain things, or we experience certain things, and we have to rationalize them, and so we create a Hierophant to rationalize the whatever. But anyway, it's like that understanding is already built in. Like Scorpio, like you already know Scorpio more than anyone already knows why people are the way they are and how people come to be the way they come to be. But it's like it feels like Manikel is it's giving more compassion. It's bringing more compassion by giving more weight to that understanding. Because it can be really easy to be like, I understand that you're doing this because blah 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 blah, and it doesn't excuse what you're doing, and it doesn't excuse what they're doing. But sometimes we emphasize it doesn't excuse to the point where it drains our compassion. And it's true, it doesn't excuse, but it's like a valid excuse. I'm glad this is for Scorpio and not for me. I'm just playing. Um, but yeah, this is really interesting, Scorpio. And it's delivery from those who seek to oppress. Shout out to toxic Hierophant energies. Shout out to any creator of any system that will demonize, villainize, or other anything in order to buy a compliance from those under the system, in order to buy trust that might not be necessarily entirely warranted because of some of the shady, manipulative, underhanded psychological tactics that it uses sometimes. A little bit. This ain't my bag. It's Scorpios. So this went somewhere, Scorpio. Again, there's wisdom here. Hod is submission, Tiferet is the heart. So submit to the heart. You know, maybe Scorpios are squishier than we might be led to believe they are. Sometimes Scorpios are water signs too. Scorpios could probably low key. Scorpio could potentially be the wateriest energy. It could potentially be like the mushiest. But since Scorpio is the mushiest, it's almost like it has to adopt the hardest exterior. So it's like Cancer, just the crab naturally has that armor. Scorpio just it I don't know anyway. Um but I think again for Scorpio, it's almost like since Scorpio feels so deeply and since Scorpio can connect so deeply, and because Scorpio occupies the spaces that it occupies, it's almost like it has to develop some kind of mechanism to keep itself from imploding. If Scorpio is the deep sea, not only is it that's learned to evolve in the absence of light, it's also that which has learned to evolve in the presence of significant pressure. And it's pressure that a lot of things beyond that would not survive. Um, and so maybe too, it's funny because a Scorpio was talking about the bends. Well, a Sagittarius brought up the bends, and a Scorpio called it the bends. Recently in my life. Um, but it's like there might be you might have to acclimatize and acclimate to a reduction in pressure. And acclimating to a reduction in pressure could carry something that was similar to Aquarius in sort of like learning to. It's not learning to open up and be vulnerable with people, because I feel like Scorpio could be open and vulnerable. Um, And so maybe that part, Scorpio, isn't a people thing. Maybe that part is a self thing. But it might be a people thing. Because I can see Scorpio also. There's some kind of reduction in pressure that you might find yourself acclimating to, while at the same time finding yourself acclimating to a world of more light, where things aren't as dark. Um, And yeah, I love that Scorpio is Pluto. I love that Scorpio is Hades, with this message this thread that's been coming through of Persephone needing to stay in the underworld because there's something that Persephone brings that the underworld has been without ever since her mama started throwing fits. Sorry. And so there is definitely like a lightening or a loosening or something that's happening down there. And it may be truths that some of us ain't ready for, but it might. How else are we going to be ready? How else are we going to get ready? You know what I mean? So that's what I got for you, Scorpio. I hope you have a good whatever one of you says. I hope you have an alignment to make all that you wish to experience your reality. And I hope that if there is any Scorpio in my life that's got some, well, if I think about it, I have been challenged by a few Scorpios in my life. Rob, you're one of them. And I guess it's interesting because the Scorpios that I've been challenged by, it's been in a similar ish area, and they're literally born on the same day. So that's a synchronicity. But for me, the ways in which I was challenged, it for me, it was like there were responses to fears and traumas that I experienced in childhood that grew and developed as I grew and developed into my adulthood. And it came time for me to, well, it's all over. It's all over. But I guess scorpionic energy has helped me renovate those spaces. Yeah, Scorpio energy has helped me renovate those spaces within myself to prepare them for all that's coming. And it's like one Scorpio prepared me for it, the other Scorpio just thrust me in it. And here I am just trying to swim. Thankfully, I'm a Pisces. You know, I can get down with Scorpio. I can't live there always, but I can get down with Scorpio. So it wasn't too bad. And I'm glad to have been taught. I'm glad to have found myself in a space to be taught in the way that I was taught, where I didn't necessarily need as much challenge because with all of the Taurus in me, Scorpio is my opposite. Um, and so it's like, you know, I can listen and give in because I'm not trying to get a Pluto beat down. If it was Mars, maybe I would take it. If it were Saturn, maybe I'd endure it. But Pluto, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, I'll listen. I hear what you're saying. I'll do it. You don't have to beat me up. I'm good. Capricorn. We already did Capricorn. See, I said maybe it was Capricorn energy. Maybe it is Capricorn energy. 7, Libra. Already did it. Cardinal signs, apparently. Capricorn again. Already did it. 4, Cancer. Already did it. What's up with all this cardinal energy? 6, Leo. Already did it. 7, Libra. Already did it. I love all this cardinal energy coming out after Scorpio, though, because I feel like it speaks to Scorpio being in a position to be able to bring to the surface things that have been trapped for a minute. And so it makes me think of Pisces, though. The Pisces reading about how there was the seed that had found itself to a fertile ground that was the result of cooling after destruction. But it's like when Scorpio takes the lid off, everything is just like back to the surface. So be prepared because I feel like that also happens. Um, so see you, Rob. I hope you enjoy your time. If you're grabbing drinks, drink a drink for me because I can only get one drink before I'm like, ooh, I need to work on raising my tolerance. I need to be able to drink more than one. 5, Leo already did it. 11, Aquarius already did it. 10, Capricorn already did it. 1, Aries already did it. 5, Leo already did it. 11, already did it. 2, Taurus. There we go. Oof. Between Scorpio and Taurus, every single, mostly cardinal energy just wanted to pop up. Be like, I am here. Hey, let's go. Thank you. All right. I'm also going to go run to the restroom. So I'm going to slap the BRB back on this. I'm going to hit this and I'm going to do one of these. All right, I'm back. And you can see me now. Maybe. Nope. Nope. There we go. So I am reading Taurus. There we go. And I'm going to pull up my little sticky note to timestamp Taurus. So do I only have Gemini left? Taurus and Virgo, Gemini and Virgo. Ooh, Mercury is coming last. Mercury is usually first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What? 1, 2, 9, 10, 11. Oh, because I got Leo twice. I was like, why do I have 11? And I got 2 more signs after this. Because Leo's here twice. Okay. So Taurus. Taurus. Top of the deck for you, Taurus, is the Ten of Wands. If there's an energy that I would be glad to see with the Ten of Wands, it would be Taurus, because the bull is a beast of burden. It's like an oxen. Like, you could do it. Bottom of the deck is the Princess of Swords. But do you have to, though? Oh, Ten of Wands is like, I'm a bull, I could do it. Princess of Swords is like, but do I have to do it? Just because I can do it doesn't necessarily mean I should have to. And maybe that's a thing. I was watching somebody, I don't know who or what the context was, but they were like, just because you can do it, or maybe I was reading a tweet. It was an energy like, basically, it's like, just because you can doesn't mean that you should necessarily have to. Just because you can endure challenge and difficulty and burden doesn't mean that you should have to. And maybe it's time, I think it was a tweet. Maybe it's time for you to stop. You have Malkuth twice. Cancer had 2 Malkuths. It was a Princess of Cups and the Ten of Cups. And you got 2 Sphinxes, just like Cancer. So there's our Ten of Wands character, the element of fire. This is sight. Air is the element of smell. This is a jellyfish. This flower that I don't know, the stone that I don't know. The Ten of Wands is the vision of the holy guardian angel, or of Adonai. This is Saturn and Sagittarius. The Princess of Swords is earth and air. And it is the vision of the holy guardian angel, or of Adonai. Again, both of these are resplendent intelligence. Both of these are Malkuth. This is interesting. I don't know if this is a feature of Uranus and Taurus, or if this is a feature of Taurus being sort of the fertile, fixed earth, Venusian energy that it is. But I lost it. Both of these are 55. 55 is Temperance in the Hierophant. Temperance in the Hierophant, it's an energy of almost like managing. What came to mind is managing expectations, but it's not managing expectations. Maybe it's like managing limitations, because the Hierophant permits and prohibits. It both allows and disallows. So injecting or putting a alchemical temperance energy on that, it's us more consciously interacting with and managing the things that we permit and the things that we prohibit, the things that we allow and the things that we disallow. And for some reason, with the Malkuth and this Ten of Wands, it feels like Taurus is bearing some kind of burden of reality. Now, Uranus is in Taurus. That is, it's positioned to like shake up how I guess we go about acquiring things in terms of possessions. It can shake up. I guess Taurus is what's traditionally associated with the Hierophant. Um, but the Hierophant, and maybe that's a difference too, because Sagittarius is Hierophant for me in the way of connection, thinking, learning, higher education, going beyond just the physical to learn the spiritual. But the Hierophant also affects our day to day life. And maybe that's why it's more Taurian, or it's Taurian in that way. Let's see. It makes me think of the Ten of Wands in the Tarot Apocalypses, is what came to mind. And it's the dude who's pulling the pyramid. Um, that's not necessarily like that's the card that came to my mind, but that's not the message that I wanted. But it's not the Ten of Wands in the Pride Tarot. 3. We're going back to the Archangel Power Tarot cards. Top of the deck is the Wheel, Archangel Jeremiah. New beginnings, end of delays, a change in direction that offers happiness. Ten of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune. The bottom of the deck is the King of Ariel, King of Pentacles for Taurus. Okay. Successful, stable, accomplished, and powerful. Your plans are working out very well, professional and financial success, and using resources wisely. See, there's something about this King of Pentacles, Sage of Zones energy with all this Malkut. Um, Also with the Wheel. I love that it opened up with like, Taurus is an energy that could bear the Ten of Wands because it's the Bull. And then the Princess of Swords is like, but do you have to though? Because the Wheel is here. New beginnings, end of delays, a change in direction that offers happiness. So maybe Taurus, there have been things, it's almost like maybe there were things that you were carrying with you for some time, and it was important for you to carry those things. It's important for you to let them go. And it's important for you to find wisdom in your journey up until this point, or your journey up until the point where you let certain things go. Because it's like with the butterfly on the hilt of this, or on the pommel stone of this sword, and with the mystery that is the Sphinx, it's like that was a certain part that will serve you in later parts of your journey, but it might not necessarily be like a one-to-one correlation. And the jellyfish is here. The only jellyfish I know is the Portuguese man of war. And on a computer at work the other day, there was a bridge. And I was like, is that the Golden Gate Bridge? And it was a bridge in Lisbon, Portugal. And then one of my coworkers, my work buddies, my buddy, um, was like, no, that's not the Golden Gate Bridge. And I was like, yeah, you're right, because the Golden Gate Bridge has the suspension between them, and this one didn't. Uh, and then we were talking. I was like, I wonder how they build bridges. And he said they build the thing over the water and they drop it in the water. But he also said that there is a way to pour concrete underwater. And that was my brain connecting this jellyfish to pouring concrete underwater. So it's an energy of like building a foundation. Who did that come out for? They came out for Libra. And it was, what was it? My faith has the power to turn. The last one was like, my faith has the power to turn fear into that which always casts out fear. Where somehow the thing becomes the solution for itself. And so pouring concrete underwater to build a bridge to get over the water, it feels like there was something that, and maybe that plays into the Ten of Wands with the Princess of Swords. It's like, while we're going through a thing, we find a way to overcome it. And it's like, well, if you think of it that way, more often than not, the only way to overcome something is to go through it. But it's like there's something that we learned in the situation that gets us out of the situation, where the presence of fear will cast out fear. The presence of fear will always cast out fear. But it's a foundation that's built. It's like in an area that's flooded. And then the concrete has to be like water can wear away at many, many, many things. So it has to be some pretty good concrete to survive being constantly immersed in water and to set in the presence of water. And so maybe there's a hardiness to Taurian energy that Taurus is used to coming into when they're in a situation. Maybe that's how Taurus has grown, because strength is here. No, strength is not here. But it's almost like maybe it'll be a time of needing to learn to be stable outside of a crisis or outside of an environment that demands it. Okay, well, if Taurus is lazy and slow and stubborn, then it's almost like you have to wave the flag in front of the bull to get it to move. You have to brand it in order to get it to jump. You have to do something to get Taurian energy moving. And so it's like Taurian energy needs to find its ability to self start. And when Taurus can self start, that's what really, it's like that's what turns the wheel of Taurus into that King of Coins rather than the Ten of Wands. Because it's almost like it's for Taurus to be able to do all of the things without having to be in the situation, right? It's like not, is that Belladonna again? Belladonna in the card that Twitty had, Kathy and Twitty versing. Belladonna was the girl who tended her father's garden of poisonous herbs and plants or whatever. And in tending to the poisonous plants, she developed an immunity to their poisons, but her touch became toxic and poisonous to any that she came in contact with because they didn't have that immunity that she built up. And so it's like not developing a resistance to poison by tending to poisonous plants. It's not developing an ability to breathe underwater by being drowned. It's like it's an ability to come into a strength, to come into fulfilling some kind of purpose without being put in an extreme situation. And when Taurus can master that, that's when the wheel will turn towards a more an easier to come by abundance that's less difficult to maintain. And it's like, because you don't need the pride to do the thing anymore. You just do it. And it's a capability that's within Taurus. Like, you're the Empress, you're Venus. So there is an abundance within that energy. It's the fertile earth. And for Taurus, sight and smell is interesting. Sight together with smell is a way to find and locate something without touching. And so sight and smell, it's a little bit of a truffle, pigs looking for truffles energy. It gives you an ability to navigate towards something that isn't yet close enough to be touched, to the less tangible. And you'd also have the tenacity. That's in the Ten of Wands heading to the Great Sphinx. The power to endure long enough to see the mysterious made plain, the riddle solved, and the dream made manifest. But it's just like it's gonna require Taurus to be a lot more proactive and self-motivated and stuff like that. It'll require Taurus to have some follow through. And I don't think that's necessarily difficult for Taurus, especially if it's something that Taurus holds interest in. So that's what I got. And again, with the Ten of Wands and the Princess of Swords, you might find that maybe another thing that'll help is like being able to pull on past experiences and being able to extract the information needed from that with this Princess of Swords. Right. Being able to draw on the things that you've already gone through instead of having to like go through them again or having to go through something else or something similar. It's like almost like a method actor energy. It's like you don't have to live the life again. You can remember. It's like I don't need a personal refresher on this. Thank you. I'm good though. Uh, so that was weird. I'm looking for either I didn't timestamp Taurus. I didn't timestamp. I'm gonna say 420 and I'm gonna fix it after. So in order to shortcut this process, if the number is 6 or greater, I will do Virgo. If the number 6 came out, I think I did 6 as Leo instead of 6 as Virgo. Leo is 5. A 6 came out. Was that after Scorpio and before Taurus? If it's 6 or greater, I'll do Virgo. If it's 6 to 12, Virgo. No. 7 to 12? 7 to 12 is Virgo. 1 to 6 is Gemini. So finally, Mercury. And it's 6. It is the number 6. So Virgo, it is you. Even though I said 1 to 6 is Gemini to make it even, it's literally Virgo. So sorry, Virgo. Sorry for passing you over. It's your turn now. I love that you just came out too. Here I am trying to make it easy on myself, so I'm not rolling for an hour trying to get a 3 or a 6, and you're just like, "Oh, I'm here. I'm ready." So Virgo, you are finishing out the Earth signs. Taurus finished out the fixed signs. Gemini will finish out the mutables. Excuse me. All right, Virgo. I'm gonna do yours interesting. So number one, I'm gonna pull the top of this deck, which is the Ace of Swords. Yes. Okay. One moment. I'm gonna just do this. Okay. So I'm gonna pull. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm gonna pull the one from. Okay. So let me get these back. Virgo, we're gonna call you 42707. 42707. So the top of this one is the Ace of Swords, admirable or hidden intelligence, Keter again, union with God. I think Pisces had Keter. So Virgo Pisces axis is coming out with that Keter energy, and I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Virgo is like, I don't know what's going on in the energy of Virgo, but Virgo was like, is coming out with some kind of powerhouse something. And then the bottom as Asbiel, the angel of ruin. I told you Virgo is coming up with some kind of powerhouse something. So apparently the Virgo Pisces axis, it's one about things that have been long lost. What was the Taurus Scorpio axis? I don't know. I could find it, but I'm here. Asbiel, the angel of ruin, with the Ace of Swords. Asbiel, the great sage Asbiel was a beloved storyteller. Gifts were brought to him regularly from those who wished to hear him speak, a tradition he loved. His dictation started at dawn each day. The constant stream of tokens he was presented meant he spent his day speaking almost without end. When war came, he held out hope for peace. And he became the angel of ruin. I don't think he was originally the angel of ruin. Uh, he became the angel of ruin because of the war that never ceased. It's like war started and it never stopped. There's always some kind of war going on somewhere. Um, he was a great sage, a beloved storyteller. I love a sage who's a great storyteller because it feels like with sage energy, sometimes passing that wisdom on can be difficult. But if you can tell it through a story, almost anybody can get it. Maybe that was the originator. It feels like that's the originator of a. It feels like that's the originator of a Hierophant energy. what it was before the wars and the grabs for power and stuff like that. Holy wars. Oof. And then the bottom of this one is the Eight of Swords. So you got the Ace of Swords and the Eight of Swords carrying through that theme of same elemental energy. So this is Hod, Keter and Hod. Sense of smell, Eight Swords, bound hands. Don't know what that is. Don't know what this plant is. And some lady. Sense of smell, the goose, the sword with the crown on it, that stone windmill thingy. The ace is 1. The 8 is 36. 36 is the hanged man and the lovers. And then the top of this deck is Virgo. The angel of Virgo is at the top of the I can't speak. Hamalio, angel of Virgo, is at the top of the deck. Advacul, angel of Sagittarius, was at the top of the deck for Sagittarius. So while I did mistakenly pass you up before when I thought 6 was Leo for whatever reason, again, it's like then you wouldn't have got, like, your energy is here for you now. The angel of Virgo is here for you where my brain decided to work. And I realized that you are who you are, that you're not Leo. And here she is. So I will read her. In each person hides a gift that they have yet to give to the world. Untapped potential rises just below the surface and is withheld until the moment is right. This reservoir of energy stands in wait, holding a very special sort of power through its hidden nature. Hamalil embodies that secret wellspring that flows from all of us. I told y'all, Virgos, you don't have to tell me what you're hiding, Virgo. When you're ready, just do it. Be it. Here we have untapped potential and a hidden wellspring with the Angel of Ruin. The untapped potential is on the space of the Eight of Swords, though. The Angel of Ruin, Asbiel, is on the Ace of Swords. I'm so tired. I'm ready to go to bed. Hold up, wait. Why did I say this was 420 and I started Virgo at 427? That is not how time works. I'm gonna temporarily bookmark Taurus at 4 hours. I just saw the time was like 4:33. I was like, wait, 420? I didn't start Taurus half an hour ago. Uh, anyway. Virgo, this is beyond me. It's similar in a way, I feel like, to Leo, which might be why I confuse you and Leo. Similar-ish. It feels like there's something within Virgo that Virgo either isn't aware of or that you've forgotten. And it's something that you would have forgotten. It's almost like something in life happened and it never stopped happening, or things never stopped happening in life long enough for you to remember the thing that you are gonna do, or the thing that to remember, to be aware of, whatever is within you. And so it feels like a remembrance is coming, but it doesn't feel straightforward. With Asbiel and the Ace of Swords, I almost said the Angel of Swords. Is that Michael? Would Michael be the Angel of Swords? Um, with Asbiel and the Ace of Swords, it feels like it's like, how do you explain something to someone that doesn't know what you're talking about? If you speak the same language, it won't be as difficult. Or it's like, explain the taste of an apple to someone that's, I don't know. It just feels like it might be like a roundabout way to sort of like communicate things. Because that's the thing about telling stories, is if you want to instill some kind of morals, you instill the moral through the story. You don't just say like, um, stealing is bad, right? You tell a story about someone who was not well off, who would work, who would sacrifice, who would like go without food so that their kid could eat, and who would work with very little energy on an empty stomach. And the little money that they got, they would give to their kid. Well, one day somebody takes that money and their kid goes hungry. And you're like, oh, like I shouldn't do that. It's like you give a, and that's the, I guess that's been the thing about wisdom, is that you give a context with the knowing. Now, that can also be the danger of a Hierophant energy when it gives too much context to too much knowing. Um, but when you give a context to a knowing, you also give a space for someone to begin to apply that knowing and that information, rather than just giving someone knowledge and just like, here, go out into the world and figure out how this applies, which could be how the Ace of Swords feels sometimes. In it's just like potential of all of the things that we don't know. And now we know something. And it's like if you've ever gotten clarity on something, or if you ever gotten information, but it's like, well, what do I do with this information? Like I don't know what to do with it. But maybe it's like the context has been lost with this Angel of Ruin. Or it's like going back to, or on a similar vein of concrete and water. It's like I read something, the Romans left recipes on how to make concrete that was resistant to salt water. And for a long time, scientists couldn't figure out how they made saltwater resistant concrete until somebody was like, well, if we're talking about the Romans, the only water that they had access to was seawater. And so to the Romans, in the recipe, it says use water. And the water that they mean is seawater, because that's all the water that they had. But to us, now that we have more kinds of water, when we see add water to something, like you don't go to the ocean and get water from that. You get like pure water. You don't get salted, mineralized water, but that's all the water they had. So it's like there's something, the context has been lost. And because the context is lost, something gets lost in translation, where it's still translatable, but there's something that was present at the time that was so abundant, or so not even a thought, because that's what everybody was doing, that it wasn't even a thought to specify. Now, on the other side, is the Eight of Swords. The Eight of Swords is the vision of splendor, and it is absolute or perfect intelligence. So we have admirable or hidden intelligence in the Ace of Swords, absolute or perfect intelligence in the Eight of Swords. How could Eight of Swords energy be absolute or perfect intelligence when it's so like captive and trapped? Well, the Eight of Swords, it's also an energy of a self-induced paralysis. And a lot of depictions of the Eight of Swords, the person could be free if they wanted to be. It's like the ropes aren't that tight, or the swords aren't even really there. And so there's something within Virgo that stops Virgo from being all that it is. There's something within Virgo that stops it from tapping into that untapped potential, from tapping into that wellspring of power. And it's interesting because Pisces did get, in one of the cards, it was something similar. It was the arrow. There were two little angels holding the opposite ends of the arrow. And it's almost like they were pulling it in different directions. One was trying to get the arrow to go, the other was trying to get the arrow to stop. And it was an energy where it's like, it's something within self. It's like everything else is primed and ready, but it's something within self that creates a blockage and that creates a stoppage. And the same is almost true to you, Virgo. It's like there's a part of you that's ready to bloom, blossom, and shine. There's a part of you that's ready to recontextualize or to modernize or to bring into your current now moment what it is that you are, this knowing that you're coming into. But there's also something within you that for some reason keeps you from doing it. Since Asbiel was waiting for the war to be over, maybe there's a certain level of peace or calmness that you're waiting for in your life before you make a certain choice or decision. Maybe it'll come, maybe it won't. Maybe it's to make that decision less dependent upon external circumstances. Maybe you're ready now. Maybe it's something that you just do. Now, if I would have pulled these tops and bottoms, then Hamaliel, Angel of Virgo, would be with the Ace of Swords. And Asbiel would be with the Eight of Swords. And if Asbiel was with the Eight of Swords, it would have given this an energy that Eve. I started Virgo roughly 6 minutes ago. No, 16 minutes ago. Because I'm at 4:43 and I started at 4:27. And then it's like if Asbiel was on top of the Eight of Swords, it would have felt like knowledge that is lost, or that would be harder to sort of get. But again, with Asbiel on top of the Ace of Swords, for all of the clarity that the Ace of Swords bring, it feels like it's not. It's like it's available information, but it might be stuff that you have to sort of like sit with. I wonder if this would be and it did sort of feel like it was a truth about yourself type of energy. And so I wonder if this would be a truth that's difficult for you to integrate. The Ace of Swords is air. The Eight of Swords is Jupiter and Gemini. Jupiter and Gemini could be an energy. It's like if you've ever had so much to do, you don't know where to start. That could be a Jupiter and Gemini type of like Gemini can already sort of have not the longest attention span, and then to put a Jupiterian expansion in there, it's like, oh, there's so much stuff. Or Jupiter and Gemini um, could put too much of Gemini's attention on one thing for too long, where it becomes hyper fixated. So is something not giving enough of your attention, Virgo, or is something given too much of your attention? And it would be you because it's the angel of Virgo. Do you give yourself enough attention? Or do you give yourself too much attention? Do you give certain parts of yourself too much attention while there are other parts of yourself that you don't give enough? Because apparently you have it within you to make magic happen. The ace is the magician. And so, but then again, you have the hanged man and the lovers. And the hangman and the lovers can be energies that sort of cancel each other out, because the hangman can be not making a decision and the lovers is making a choice and decision. So it can be a little bit of a analysis paralysis, or it can be, again, it's that like too many choices, too many options, too many pros and cons. It's like everything has something going for it, and so you don't necessarily make a choice. Sometimes not making a choice is a choice. A lot of times not making a choice is a choice. But it's almost like if you choose you, you'll never go wrong. And that's for Virgo. That's for the Virgo who so often chooses everybody and everything else. That's not for the Virgo who's constantly choosing themselves, so they're extremely like self-centered. Like, I feel like I wouldn't have to say that for Virgo. I didn't want to put this caveat on it. I didn't feel like it was necessary, but I'm just putting it out there. If you always choose you, then you choosing you isn't going to necessarily change anything. That's the thing that you always do. So flip it if you need to. If you always choose you, maybe it's time for you to learn to compromise or to be more cognizant of your environment, to be more aware of the things going on around you, and to know when choosing something that isn't you might actually be choosing you, right? If you choose to water your crops, then if you choose to water crops and tend to a field instead of going out and playing, when it comes time to harvest, you'll have something to harvest. And when it comes time to winter, where everything's frozen over, you'll have things that, you put back from the harvest to keep you through the winter. And in that way, it makes me think of one of the cards in the Threads of Fate Oracle cards. It might be something about play and or choice making. I feel like I associate it with Sagittarius for whatever reason. Um, but it's very that. It's like, if it might be freedom. It's like if you're always making the choice that gives you the most freedom, sometimes you don't do the thing that you need to do to free yourself later. Like, if there are things that you can do in your now moment that you put off because of whatever that need to be done, well, then it's going to come the time where it has to be done. And if you don't do it, well, now you got to do something else because you didn't do the thing that you needed to do when you needed to do it, to make sure that it's like, if you don't study in the school year and you fail a class and now you got to take summer school, it's like you were all about partying, playing games, having a good time, but now your whole summer is taken up because you got to go to school, because you couldn't study when it was time to study, because you chose not to study when it was time to study, and able in favor for having more fun. And then when it comes time, when the season of fun begins, now you're in school because you didn't have the foresight. That was an aside that's not for Well, it's for somebody, I guess. If it's for somebody, if it's not, then it's an aside that's not for anybody. But maybe it's time you choose you more. Focus on you more. Consider yourself more. And as you consider yourself more, maybe that's going to be the thing that contextualizes some of that knowledge. It doesn't necessarily play as self confidence, but it can be. It doesn't necessarily read as self confidence, but it can play out as self confidence if that's the thing that you need to get to you. Um, and then you'll be confident enough in yourself to do those things that the divine is sort of dropping within you to do. As you get those whispers and rumblings of, the sage advice in the stories of Asbiel, maybe the context is self. I mean, with the Eight of Swords here, it could be easy to say that the context is self in some way. And there's a self maybe that you can't envision being, or a self that you haven't been able to be because of life, that makes it more difficult for you to accept or understand what these Ace of Swords like realizations are, what this Ace of Swords clarity is in whatever areas and aspects of your life, because you would ultimately be the person who is doing, saying whatever. And so then it's almost like, yeah, it's a no-brainer. If you can't see yourself doing these things, then yeah, you would be confused as to how this is going to happen or how that happens, because you're the one to do it. You're the one to do it. Um, so yeah, it's time to blossom, Virgo. It's time to blossom and bubble, Buttercup. Powerpuff Girls. So, Gemini, I'm going to roll you a number just. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Number 3. You see that? Number 3 literally came out. Why am I holding up 2? It's this side. There you go. There it is. It's not that side. It's this side. Number 3 came out. I'm up here trying to cheat the dice so I don't have to roll for Virgo and Gemini. And Virgo's like, I'm here. And Gemini's like, oh, I'm also here. Like, let's go. Okay. Mercury is last, but it is certainly definitely ready. So maybe for both Virgo and Gemini, you've actually been in a space of preparing for something to be ready. For Virgo, it manifested through the way of like that time I accidentally overlooked Virgo. Well, then the angel of Virgo was there at the top of the deck for Virgo instead of the angel of Virgo coming out for Taurus. So far, we haven't had an angel associated with, the only angels that we've seen associated with the sign have been at the top of the deck for those signs. And that was for Sagittarius and Virgo. Now, Gemini, you got the angel of pride and the angel of Cancer. So the angel of Cancer at the bottom of the deck. I had a feeling that either Gemini you would confirm or just break. Just break it. I haven't had a single angel come out for anyone but their sign, Gemini. Well, I raise you a Cancer. Well, it's interesting though, because Cancer was actually the first sign that I read today. So, Gemini, you are coming out last, referencing what came out first. And as I type Cancer instead of Gemini. Gemini. Oh, through the angel of pride. And I mentioned pride in Leo. This is actually a reference to Cancer and Leo, the sun and the moon, which were the first 2 readings I did. 1 and 2, and you're the 12th. The 1 and the 2. So this Samyaza, as the angels sang, a single speck of something passed through the light and cast a tiny shadow down on the earth. Beneath the stars, that shadow looked back at the heavens and saw himself for the first time. He gave himself his own name and turned his back on the existence he'd been granted by the universe. One by one, Samyaza called out for his brethren, and they bowed to meet him. He was the giver of names, Lord and King. There was to be none before him and none after. Muriel, angel of Cancer. The face we show on the outside and who we are inside is always different, Gemini. That shell we build over our hearts exists to gird us against the barbs of the world. As we grow, that shell hardens, but the need to let others past it becomes equally as valuable. The essence of this sign is not only a shield that holds harm at bay, but it is also the warmth that brings life and healing into our lives. Muriel is the protector of our deepest truths and the caregiver of our innermost selves. And I'm just going to go ahead and pull these off the top, Gemini. We have the Ace of Cups. Pisces had the Ace of Coins. Virgo had the Ace of Swords. Gemini is coming up with the Ace of Cups. So mutable signs are sitting in Magician energy. Sagittarius, though, had, I don't think it had an ace. I don't remember what Sagittarius had. Sagittarius wasn't the 5 and the 3 of Swords, was it? No, I don't remember. And the aces all came off at the top of the deck, too. Bottom of the deck, you have, in reverse, the Fool. Yeah. The Princess of Coins is behind the Fool. I didn't think I had any cards in reverse. And I'm actually going to keep this in reverse, though, because in reverse it's a 99 instead of a 66. You got the Fool in reverse. Gemini. What I like about the Fool in reverse, though, is it feels like the Fool of reverse is, it might be a little hasty and it might be a little premature, but it's not foolish. Hey, Holly, how you doing? So I'm just going through all the signs. And I think the only one that I was reading Aquarius and it got stuck on Leo because I forgot to change it. So the Fool, it feels like it might be a little preemptive, but it doesn't feel foolish, which puts you in an interesting space, Gemini, and you are the opposite to Sagittarius. And this completes the Gemini Sagittarius polarity. Because for Sagittarius, it felt like they are ready to transition into the next one, but they're stuck in between. And for Gemini, it feels like you're transitioning into the next one, even though you might not have necessarily finished at the last one. But it feels like you're ready, though. The Fool in reverse on top of Muriel. So it feels like you are sitting in that space of the vulnerability that's needed. Maybe, Gemini, you've gone through a period where you hardened and you learned a lot of things and now you're softening. And it feels like because you're softening, something is going to find you sooner. It's almost like there was a choice because you're the lovers, the choice. It's almost like there was a choice that you made to soften up or to do something differently before the universe queued up a certain set of experiences to get you to do it. And so it's almost like you take a shortcut, you skip a few things. Now, maybe there were other things that you also would have learned in addition to softening in those experiences, but it's like, you're Gemini, you're quick, you'll catch up, you'll be fine. The Ace of Cups is here too, which is gorgeous. The Ace of Cups has the swan, has that weird thingy. It's also union with God. We've got the sense of taste. The Fool is Keter and Chakma, which is the unknowable, and it's path 11. Path 11 is either strength or justice. It's Alpha, which is the beginning. Alpha, I don't remember what Alpha is. It's not thermal diffusivity. Is Alpha thermal diffusivity? Hold up. Let me look this up real quick. Speaking of Sagittarius, don't mind if I grow or wax a little. Oh, I didn't roll. I didn't roll the D4. I just grabbed it. It's fine. It's fine. It works for you, Gemini. You're last. I'm just playing. I'm a Pisces and my last name starts with a W, so I'm used to being later. I'm still surprised that Mercury came out last. Mercury is quick. Maybe Mercury has grown. Maybe Mercury has learned to observe for a bit more before it jumps to a conclusion. But anyway, let me see. Thermal diffusivity. It is Alpha. Let's go. I remembered. So Alpha is heat conducted divided by heat stored. I don't remember who had rho. And that was density. I don't even know if I finished talking about density. Was it Scorpio that had density? I don't remember. Heat conducted divided by heat stored. So, in heat transfer analysis, thermal diffusivity is the thermal conductivity divided by density and specific heat capacity at constant pressure. It measures the rate of transfer of heat of a material from the hot end to the cold end. Okay. Oh, duh. Thermal diffusivity measures how heat diffuses through a material. Heat diffuses from hot to cold. Unless it's an active, I don't know if there is an active thermal diffusivity where heat would go from something colder. Well, I guess if you're cooling it, if you're cooling something, then heat would move from colder to no, because heat would still flow from the hot to the cold. I don't know. It's not like reverse osmosis where you can take something from, like, where you can move water from a lower concentration to a higher concentration. Things naturally flow from high to low. But you did get the fool in reverse. And with the fool, if we're talking about reversing flow, then something would flow from low to high rather than from high to low. Gemini, what's happening? What are you doing? What are you doing, Gemini? Because now it feels like there are a lot of people leaving a certain space. Oh, that was the fool. Duh, that was the fool the last time I went live. It was the fool that looked in the same direction of the shark. That was the redirection that happened. So Gemini, I mean, the Ace of Cups is here, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised if your intuition is on point. Because it's almost like in that, again, you're sitting in a shortcut energy. It feels like everyone is heading in a certain direction. And this came out for Sagittarius too, which was your opposite. And that's when I was talking about why I love Geminis and why I love Sagittarius energy, but I had to accept our differences. Because for Sagittarius, it was this energy of like, something is asking Sagittarius to turn left. And old Sagittarius, more eye on the ball Sagittarius, refuses. And so Sagittarius will hit a wall with the detour sign. It's like Sagittarius will go an extra 50 feet, hit the wall that'll tell them to go back 50 feet and then to make that left. Well, Gemini, you're making the left when something tells you to go left. So you don't have to go all the way, backtrack, and then hit the detour. You're doing it there. And that's, I guess, the Ace of Cups is like your intuition is on point. Because the energy, it's like Gemini is going against the crowd because everyone's going to reach something that's going to tell them to turn around. But you're doing it early. That's why it's also like it's a little preemptive or premature, but it's not wrong. It's not foolish. So you're like ahead of the curve in some way, ahead of the game. What is this? Scintillating intelligence? Admirable or hidden intelligence. So you have a scintillating hidden intelligence. Wait. Yeah. I was like, oh, I think I sort of I made a comment about that earlier. I was like, I'm loving these silent ball game readings. I was like, I love Eve's creativity and connection. Scintillating. What does that mean? Like make your hair stand up in excitement. Sparkling or shining brightly. Oh, that's it. Brilliantly and excitingly clever or skillful. The audience loved his scintillating wit. It is scintillating. There is no that freaking scintillating. That commercial messed me up. It was a commercial for I think some shave cream. It was like raspberry rain and scintillating peaches or something like that. Scintillating peaches. Raspberry rain. It is scintillating. I was like, SC, you don't pronounce the C as a heart. Maybe not. Am I crazy? Was that not a thing? Raspberry rain commercial. It was Skintimate. Maybe that's what it was. Skintimate raspberry rain. I knew it was something like that. I knew it was something. It's scintillating. So like clever. I'm telling you, Gemini is on something. Mercury. It's and then in the Mercury polarity, it's almost like maybe that's the thing that Virgo is like. Virgo's like, I don't know. I don't want to do it yet. Like, what if it's not time? Like, I'm going to wait until other people start doing it. And then I'm going to turn around. And Gemini's, well, I'm turning around right now. Like, what? What do you mean? Wait, what? Virgo's like, well, like, no one else is doing it yet. And I don't want to stand out. So I'm going to wait. And Virgo, if you don't turn around, turn the beat around. Oh, snap, Holly. And it's path 11. Path 11 is again, it's the justice or the strength. No, path 11, that would be the wheel of fortune and the magician. It's the justice or the strength, but 11 is the wheel of fortune and the magician. Wheel of fortune and the magician is gorgeous energy. Also 11 being like 2 steps in a new world. It's all new. 10 still has connections to the past, the previous. But 11, it's all new. It's in there. It's like it cannonballs into the pool instead of dipping a toe. And again, I love that, like, beneath the stars, that shadow looked back at the heavens and saw himself for the first time. And then we have this whole Ace of Cups. So I don't know what Gemini is on, or where Gemini is, or what Gemini is seen or tasted with this tongue up here. But we have Keter twice, because the second one is Keter and Chakma. And what's, again, there's something just extra like mind blowing and fascinating about this. And we are coming out of a North Node Gemini cycle too. North Node is in Taurus now. Because it's like Gemini somehow is distilling straight wisdom from the spiritual realm, which is again why Gemini is coming up with like this shortcut energy. That's why the intelligence of Gemini is scintillating, apparently. It's like instead of going down a certain way and then being redirected to come back and then do something differently, you're just doing it. And it makes me think of Scorpio, because Scorpio energy talked about how there's a pivot or a choice that we can make somewhere in a series of things that we don't even think about. And so then it's like Scorpio might be coming into the space of like highlighting and illuminating that for others, maybe after they do it themselves or as they do it for themselves. But Gemini is kind of sort of just like there. And not to take away from Gemini's intelligence, but it feels like it's to credit how in flow Gemini is with their intelligence. It feels like it's to credit how in flow Gemini is with their intuition right now. That they would just be led and guided and then find themselves like, oh, wow, okay, yeah. Like, I'm glad I trusted my intuition. And there is an intelligence to Gemini, but Gemini is like elementary intelligence. Sagittarius is that studied intelligence, which can be actually the downfall of Sagittarius, which was playing a little bit into why Sagittarius might find himself stuck in a way because of all that it already learned. And I guess that plays on Libra, because Libra also felt itself stuck in a way for all that it already knew, for what it knows. But Libra felt a little more, or felt quite more painful than Sagittarius. But anyway, it's like Gemini just like does it. It doesn't have that same attachment. And again, it's not to say that Gemini is less whatever. It's just that like the energy, it just feels like it's suiting Gemini. And again, we're coming off of a South Node Sagittarius, North Node Gemini axis. So if Gemini finds itself in some ease right now, and Sagittarius still finds itself in maybe a little bit of a challenge or a little bit of a struggle, it's like because the South Node was just there within the time. It's like now that things have shifted out of that, ease is fully in that energy. Ease is fully in Gemini, struggle is fully in Sagittarius, because we had the time to do and to learn. And it's like, well, when you're in second grade, you should know first grade stuff. If you need a refresher, that can happen. There's no judgment, but it's like we're coming into the second grade assuming that you know everything from the first grade. And again, somehow like Gemini is just distilling straight wisdom. It's not even this knowledge. Like so many people had knowledge. Again, Libra is trapped in the knowledge. But Gemini is like, it's straight wisdom. And like Virgo had something similar. But with Virgo, it was like because things had been lost, Virgo had to find the context. But I don't know. No problem. It was like Virgo for over a year now, maybe over 2 years. I think it was early 2020. Virgo was coming out with some out of the blue powerhouse energy. And I think it was when I did New Moon Virgo, because New Moon Virgo and Pisces season was weird. I was going into it expecting one thing. New Moon Virgo was like, here's something completely different. And then after that, at some point, Virgo was just like, I'm like, what? Virgo, where are you hiding all of this? Why aren't you being this? Do it, Virgo, do it. And I think I did an all signs where Pisces and Virgo, because Virgo had an energy. It was like Pisces had found itself in an ease or in a flow. And Virgo was in a similar ease, but there was a launching point that like hesitation was could have stopped Virgo from like launching off. But anyway, back to Gemini. Um, I don't know. I'm impressed. I'm mind blown. I don't know what the freak is going on, Gemini, but Gemini knows what's going on. Gemini might be the one to watch right now. So if there's a Gemini in your life that just starts to move in a certain way, maybe they don't even know why. They just intuitively feel guided to, and they trust they're intelligent enough to trust that intuition. I'm not saying follow Gemini's lead, but this is gorgeous. And also too, Gemini, just reading the Ace of Cups and the Fool, I don't know if you're necessarily going to start to find things like where you are. Because it's almost like with the Fool in reverse, it's like no leap required. Here you go, Ace of Cups. But again, at the same time, it feels like Gemini's position themselves in a way. And that's why you wouldn't have to leap, because you're already there. Something about your path, your journey, something about what you've been doing or how you've been following your intuition and the subtle knowings and knowledge. It's like when the things come in, you're already in position. You're already ready to go. But again, Mercury is kind of, because Virgo had the angel of Virgo. So Mercury's been like, I mean, I guess it's the fastest planet. Um, so from a heliocentric point of view, what Mercury gets at least 3 zodiac cycles within a year. Because from our point of view, it retrogrades 3 to 4 times a year. So I guess at the same time, it might seem preemptive to anybody that's not in Gemini's timing, but in Gemini's timing, it's Gemini's been like running laps around this apparently or something. I don't know. It works in Gemini's timing. From the outside, though, it might seem quick, it might seem fast, it might seem backwards, but I guess, just keep trusting your intuition, Gemini. I don't know. Like, what am I gonna say? What am I gonna do? Yeah. So that's gorgeous. Love that for you, Gemini. And I guess I'm done now. You do think Gemini is taking a more hands-on approach to their happiness. That makes sense. And I think Aries had something similar. But for Aries, the energy was so heavy with someone or something that Aries had to sort of walk away from or move on from. Because for Aries, it felt like it's like there was happiness that Aries felt like was at stake because of something or someone that was there. Because of the energy that was required to give to that they didn't have it to put into themselves. And it's not necessarily to say anything about anybody. It comes a point in time where we have to evaluate our own energetic outputs. We have to evaluate what we have to give, and we have to evaluate where what we're giving is paying off, and where it's not, it's just kind of sort of like sinking. It's an energy sink. So But yeah, Gemini, it's also very like in it. And I think that was the thing for Pisces with the two angels on the arrow. It was like for Pisces to also be present and to not be so hanged man that it's always out in the ethers, to the point where even when something is like, hey, your dream, like you're kind of living it, or like this thing that you are manifesting, it's like it's right in front of you in a way, but like you're already manifesting the next thing. Gemini is like in it, here. I don't know. Thank you, Gemini. Thank you, Gemini, for coming out last and for ending things off on the note you ended it with. May we all take a little bit of that with us as we move forward. I do want to see the bottom three cards of the decks. I have the Princess of Coins, the Princess of Wands, and the Two of Cups at the bottom of the. Oh, wait. Let's see. I'll take this off. I'll say final. It's, I guess. And I'll timestamp it too. So, Gemini, you don't get all of this in your timestamp. 5 hours. Oof. 5 hours, 20 minutes, 40 seconds. So, illuminating intelligence, resplendent intelligence, resplendent intelligence, the Princess of Coins, Princess of Wands, and the Two of Cups. Princess of Coins and Princess of Wands and Two of Cups, overall, finally, collectively, this feels like, oh, what I love. So the thing about the Princess of Wands, Page of Wands energy, is that when it comes to the things that it needs to be, that need to be done, that might be less boring, Princess of Wands is out. And for some people, the Princess of Page of Coins is like, Earth is too slow. And so it's like, it's this space where it's like, if this were a more elevated energy like king or queen, this would be the space where your passions can provide you a sustainable living. Because it's the meeting of the passion. It's like where practicality and passion meet in this gorgeous Two of Cups space. There we go. In this gorgeous Two of Cups space. There we go. I'm learning. Oh, the camera is there. Like if I would like hold it up to the camera rather than like trying to hold it and maneuver it based off of the screen, it would be easier. Um, but it's like it's a beginning. It's new, but it's one that like it's exciting. And it's like even the boring parts of it we're excited about. Like even the housekeeping stuff, we're like, oh yeah, which is awesome. Now over here, of course, we have the Gate of Sahakiel. We have Chazakiel, Angel of Mists, and Sariel, Angel of the Waning Moon. If we're talking about these beginnings, oh, there we go. Let me hold it up to the camera again. The Gate of Sahakiel is my portal of portals. It's my gateway of gateways. The Gate of Sahakiel. I watched as the clouds poured forth from the mouth of the opening. The sky on the other side leaked through to flow down into the valley below. Compared to the great emptiness of the valley, the stream might as well have been fed through the eye of a needle, for it accomplished the same. Even so, it regarded the world openly and boldly. Beyond its arches, the great seraphim Sahakiel reclined. That it feels like, because there were a few energies, Pisces, a little bit Virgo, Gemini, it came out, and I guess even Sagittarius. It's interesting, but for Pisces, Virgo, and Gemini, it feels like it's on the other side of that gate. And it feels like Sagittarius is like on the precipice of it, but stuck in it. Like maybe one foot on both sides, or like not yet stepping beyond. Um, so mutable signs, I guess, with beginnings. Fixed signs, Leo and Aquarius, Scorpio, had there's something about like deep energies. For Aquarius and Leo, it was deep within the self. And it was about expressing that and finding um, community based around that authenticity, shining in an authentic light, and that light attracting things. Things are now going to be attracted to that light. Um, Taurus, I like don't even remember. Scorpio was one that was about highlighting and illuminating sort of like truths. And it's like the things that we've just been so comfortable with accepting. Taurus was bearing the burden of sort of reality. So Taurus and Scorpio were more focused externally. Aquarius and Leo were more internal. Um, Scorpio highlighting and illuminating truths about the way we interact with and engage in the world and how that brings forth certain things. Taurus coming out with an energy where it's not necessarily highlighting and illuminating those things, but it is a question of like Taurus can bear the burden of certain things, but shouldn't have to. That's all I remember. What I remember from Taurus is like, you can do this, but like, are you sure you want to? Do you want to keep doing this? And so it's almost like Taurus is also coming into more of this hands-on feeling sort of like navigation rather than a perceiving navigation that Scorpio is more sort of focused on. But they both have the power to influence our lives in a way, in a significant way. Cardinal signs, Aries and Libra Aries was this energy of like coming into a lived healing and all of the success and victory that comes after that. Libra was an energy that was sort of stuck in all that it knew because of Three of Swords energies. Cancer and Capricorn. Well, what was Cancer? Cancer was an energy that was about, I feel like Cancer was also connecting to the self in some way. I feel like Cancer was like low key gorgeous. I can't remember Cancer, and I know it connected to Capricorn in some way. What was Capricorn? I don't remember. I tried to summarize it. It's been like 5.5 hours. I forgot because Cancer was at the. I think maybe cardinal signs were, yeah, because Cancer and Capricorn. It was about how um with Cancer and Capricorn, it's like they're at the edge of the environment. And so they can be really reactive, but it's not reactive in a reactionary way. It was reactive in a way of like they were the first responders when anything happens in the environment, right? So if like the temperature drops, you get cool. And so you might start to shiver to for your body to kick in like its own internal, like let's heat things up internally to balance out what we can't control externally. And so for Cancer and Capricorn, it was about realizing how much their environments have impacted them in the ways that they show up in the world. And it was allowing themselves to find themselves in situations, to allow situations, or to just be versions of themselves that the world had never encouraged. And so, in that way, it sort of plays into the Aquarius Leo polarity in the fixed signs. Um, and so, it's interesting, I guess, in that way, because it's almost like Aries had done that, and Aries is finding itself in all of the new. Libra was sort of struggling with that because it knows it's so attached to all of its knowing and all of the old. And then Capricorn and Cancer were like navigating the polarity between Aries in it, Libra can't find its way to it, and whatever. So that's how they played out, I guess. Just generally overall, real quick. I might have forgotten some things in between. I'm sure I did. And, Anyway, the gateway of gateways. Then we have Chazakiel. Chazakiel cowered away from the idea of leaving his home in the sky. His indecision left him to exist in a place between worlds. It was uncomfortable, but he lived without having to face the reality of what he really was. When the fighting broke out, Chazakiel didn't take sides. This did not sit well with his brothers, but he could not give in to commitment. It was his nature. He was meant to be alone. Sariel, angel of the waning moon. My body wanes and is distorted. Smoke moves all around me, troublesome clouds. And it's as if I cease to exist. I blink in and out of time, and I wonder if I can still be seen, when the light of seeing is denied even to me. Do you still whisper at dusk or cry out to me at midnight? Do you still reach to pull yourself up into my light? Or do you ebb as I wane? So, all of these mention clouds. Hazakiel is the angel of mist stuck in the land of clouds. This gives a different context to this, though. Because now it's almost like the gate, like Sahakiel is draining the clouds in this in between space from the other side of the gate, from the other side of the veil, so that Hazakiel will be able to face who he is. Because it said it was uncomfortable, but he lived without having to face the reality of what he really was. And quite a few of these is facing the reality of who we really are. Some of these able to do it more so, some of them able to do it less so, depending on all kinds of things. Um, and then Sariel, angel of the waning moon, it's like his body wanes and distorts and smoke moves all around him as if he ceases to exist. But it's like as the clouds are drained from that in between space, they spill into this one. And maybe in some way that speaks to like um it's almost like if you leave all of your decisions up to the divine, if you leave all of your choices up to fate, to Siri, to dice, to tarot, when those spaces go through, it's like if those spaces have to shut down to go through some kind of purge or cleaning or clearing, or as those spaces transition because we're transitioning, then if we're relying upon that, all of that indecision, it's like it's returned to us because we're no longer necessarily getting the same answers and clarity that we were getting before. And that's when we can really realize how dependent upon those things we had become. Also, shout out to Rob Odinson and the Do You Watch Too Much Tarot video, I think. Um, and again, it feels like as we transition, that's the other video, the more you heal, the less you need. As we come into a space of greater and greater sovereignty and greater proactiveness and presence and accountability in our own lives, we don't need the divine in those ways anymore. And so it's almost like it can shift into a different functionality, a more supportive and expansive functionality rather than a comforting and holding and explaining, I guess, one. And so it's like that space is transitioning as we transition. And because that space is transitioning, if we still engage with it in the ways of old, it's almost like, well, that space is already It's like if there's a building that used to be a restaurant, but now it's a gymnasium, and you show up at the gym and you're like, I'm hungry, I want some food, and they're like, well, we don't have the grills or the stoves, the ovens. Like, there are no cooks here. That's not what we do anymore. And you're like, but I'm hungry. Like, you're going to be in that gym hungry because they don't serve food anymore. It's like the functionality has changed. And so that might be another reason why, again, a lot of these, it's like us coming into who we are and us being these versions of ourselves to interact and engage with those in the veil and beyond the veil in the way that we will be moving forward. I already shuffled it. I meant to just pull the bottom three, but it's Gevurah, Yesod, and Chesed. Three Sephira, three emanations. Gevurah, judgment, left hand, Yesod, root connection, Chesed, right hand, empathy. See, I love Yesod. I feel like Gevurah, like this is the space of the other side of the veil being in transition. Yesod is like what comes through now. And then Chesed doesn't even have a hole. Like Chesed has this mass where the other three have this space. So maybe Gevurah, it's like a self-judgment energy. This is us making those choices and decisions for ourselves. And it's like with empathy, it's like it feels like there's still a compassion there. But it's just like it's like if this were a parent and a child, like an adult child, it might be the space where a parent realizes that like how in coddling their child, they didn't prepare them for the world. And maybe it's an older parent. Maybe it's not. It's just like, I can't keep making your choices and decisions for you. And it hurts my heart to not be able to do everything for you, but I can't do it all anymore. Like, there are things that I can do, there are things that I can give. It's like our relationship is different. Like, I can't keep making all your choices and decisions. I can't make all your appointments for you. I can't, cook all your food and cut it up for you, chew it up and spit it in your mouth. I can't baby bird you anymore. Because if I keep baby birding you, you're not going to know how to fly when I'm not here. Or even if I am here, it's like there's this whole life that is yours to live. And it's not in my nest, it's out there. There are many things for you to experience, both miraculous, wonderful, beyond your ability to even comprehend and perceive, but also bad and tragic. And it's for you to experience the whole of life and the wonderful can. And if you choose to, or I guess if you find yourself in a way, will outweigh, outshine, outnumber the bad. And that's something I heard, was it yesterday? I feel like I was at work. No, or maybe it was a video I watched, or maybe it was on the radio. I don't remember. It was something that it was like, it's something about like not being too afraid to live life. It's like life can be wonderful, joyous, majestic, or whatever, but you can't be afraid to live it because it's also going to be painful. And you can't be, you can be, it's your choice, it's your life, so afraid of the pain that you don't allow yourself to experience what is truly beautiful. And if you choose to be so afraid of the pain and the hurt and the trauma repeating itself that you don't allow yourself anymore you can't necessarily expect for everyone to stay there with you. There may be some people that you find in similar hurt, pain, and trauma who eventually find themselves desiring more. And so they grow to face those things and they begin to experience what lies beyond them. And that's like this empathy, it feels like it's just like it can't give anymore. That portal is closed. That doorway is it's it just ain't happening that way no more. Because of what it didn't do for us. Because of how, like, look at all the years of the Hierophant doing what the Hierophant's done because we made the Hierophant what it is. We have the Ace of Raphael, Ace of Cups, the King of Michael. So I've seen every king except the King of Raphael in this deck, and the Queen of Gabriel. Ace of Cups, King of Swords, Queen of Wands. And it's funny, it's interesting because one of the signs had the King of Wands and the King of Swords. No, it couldn't be the King of Swords because the King of Swords is here. I thought, hold up. I have all these cards here. Oh, it was the Three of Michael, but it was it was the King of Swords here. So it was the King of Wands and the King of Swords, but it was the King of Swords in the Tarot of Magical Correspondence is not in this deck, obviously, because it's here. Ace of Raphael, a positive new emotional experience, fulfilling romantic relationships, and deep and lasting spiritual insights. This is interesting, though, because the Two of Cups came out between the Page of Wands and the Page of Pentacles. The King of Michael is principled, rational, ambitious, and respected. Wisdom and objectivity are important now. Stay in your integrity, a situation that calls for honest and open communication. Wisdom, it's a thing. Lots and lots of knowledge has been coming out. Wisdom, not so much. Gemini apparently is just getting straight, downloading straight wisdom. Who's a Gemini reader? Who's a Gemini reader? I don't know if I know any Gemini readers. I know readers with, like, because Reem has Gemini rising. I think she's a Sag, Sun, and Moon Gemini rising. Reem has Gemini in her top 3. You got Saturn and Gemini, 3rd house. I have Saturn in Aquarius. But y'all know that because I'm going through a Saturn return. So, and then the Queen of Gabriel is passionate, charming, brilliant, and independent. You can do anything right now. Go after what you want. The ability to attract helpful people. So we have positive new emotional experiences. We have situations that call for honest and open communications, to be wise and objective, and to stay in our integrity. And we can do anything right now. See, like with these two cards, this is so, especially coming off of Gavura, Yasad, and Chesed, coming off of the clouds draining from the veil. This is like you energy. It's like these wonderful, fulfilling, brilliant new beginnings are here, but it requires you to be this and requires you to be that. And again, it's like when we're constantly defaulting and deferring to things beyond the veil and other people, we're just not. It's like life itself in so many ways just hasn't been conducive to us being the empowered individuals that we need to be in order to make the most out of what's coming down the pike. in order to really engage with the energy in that co-creative and co-manifestive way. There's a lot more co right now and a lot less do for me, I guess, or just done or whatever. The bottom three in the angel tarot, it's the Knight of Wands, Hahuaya 24, the Devil Samael, and the King of Swords, Lauaya 11, the Exalted God. Lahuvia? I don't remember if these are V's or Ya. So, Knight of Wands, God the good in himself. This is protection, prevents discovery of secret crimes, and saves exiles. The Devil, Samael, seduction and downfall, communicates with the dead, teaches the occult and magic. And then King of Swords, Lahuaya, the Exalted God. Victory, grants victory and protection from lightning. I think so. The prevents discovery of secret crimes and saves exiles, especially with the seduction and downfall. There's this energy here. I would be. This is one of those things where I'm like, wait, is this accurate? Is this true? Am I lying? I feel like I wouldn't be. Well, no, because this energy, it came out before. It feels like the clearing of, like, karma is being wiped clear. The karmic slate is being wiped blank. Because the world was what the world was. And it's interesting because it's playing on what came out for Scorpio. It's like we were, and it's also playing on a lot of that cardinal energy, but mostly the Cancer Capricorn axis. We were who the world and the environments conditioned and trained us to be. And there's nothing that we can do about anything that's already transpired and happened. The world was what the world was. And speaking of holy wars and stuff like that, like the world was what it was back then. We were so disconnected and so unable to really see each other. But now with the rise and advent of social media, with Hollywood and movies and games, like with inclusivity becoming more of a thing, with representation becoming more of a thing, with an ability to, if we really want to get to see or know something, like we have the ability to do that. It's almost like devil energy in the past from the moment at the Tower of Babel. It's like it could take advantage of all that we didn't know about each other. Even people who would pit others against, even people who would like pit different groups of people against each other so that they could benefit. It's like they sort of play into that energy too. And it's like, can we continue to live that way? Yeah. Is that the way that things have been up to this point? Yes. But at this point in time, it's like, is there really a reason or an excuse to not be able to connect to others? Depending on where you are, sure. But it's like, maybe we're going to start banking fresh karma. It's like everything that was in escrow, everything that was owed from the past, debts are wiped clear. Karmic debts are wiped clean. Doesn't mean that we can't, create some new debt, because we most certainly can. But it's like it's an understanding of like the world was what the world was. And it would be less conducive to the world moving forward to continue to hold people accountable who have long since passed. But since we're not going to hold them accountable at the same time, that means that you can't continue to use them as an excuse. That means that you are going to have to start doing better. That means that you are going to have to start making changes, because we can't forgive them and clear their debt while at the same time allow you to keep using them as the reason why you're doing what you're doing. And that's a generic you to humanity from, I guess, the divine. We can't keep saying that, like, all of that stuff happened X amount of years ago. Like, that's not how things really are anymore. But at the same time, it's like we continue to sort of let those roots and impacts sort of fester. It's almost like, which is it? And that also makes me think Crucial Angel of Punishment came out for Capricorn. That's why Capricorn kind of got two. Capricorn was a little weird like that. The first one I personally wasn't a fan of. The second one I was. Because Crucial Angel of Punishment came out with Hod, the Angel of Submission. And it was this energy that's like, if you've done wrong, it's better to submit to the punishment now than continue to do wrong and make the punishment even worse. If you lied, backstabbed, broke oaths, Crucial comes from oath breakers. But again, it was like Samikiel is like, when we call down judgment, everybody gets judged. And so if you think that you are exempt from punishment because, well, this person did it to me before I did it to somebody else, so I'm guilt free, it's like, no. Because as soon as you perpetuate and propagate that thing, you now hold personal liability and responsibility because you made the choice to do the thing to somebody else. And so when you ask for those who wronged you to be punished, you will also be punished if you did it to someone else, because justice reigns supreme. It's a blanket that falls on everybody. Justice is not selective to whoever and whatever. And again, that's another reason why it's like it would be better to just clear it. Just clear all of it. We move forward fresh. We start new. And so as we're all going through our own healings and journeys, and as we come into, as we're more and more free of our pains and past and traumas, and we can be a better self, maybe that's where it starts. I don't know where the line is drawn and when it's wiped. That's beyond me. And it's like now, after that journey, it's like hopefully we've learned that if there isn't something that we can positively sort of provide to a situation, that we just leave. We remove ourselves. It's like, if this is going to require me to go into shadow me and manipulate and do this and do that and blah, 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 it's not worth it. And so that way we don't put what was cleared from our tab back on our tab in a way. You know what I mean? So it's kind of that. And it was Capricorn. Capricorn is the devil. So it was just before its time. But also with Capricorn being sort of businessy, maybe for some energy, I'm pretty sure that was Capricorn. Maybe for some energies that'll resonate. So, which is interesting. I feel though, while I as a person appreciate that, I feel like it would be difficult to man. Well, it's the divine. I feel like that would be difficult to manage. You body of spiritual potential that is far beyond my comprehension and understanding. I think that would be difficult. Don't you think? Maybe some days I think that would be expecting or asking for a lot from humanity. But at the same time, it's like it's not about what's expected, it's not about what's asked for. It's just an opportunity. And there will be some people, there are some people who experience completely life-changing, altering things. Everything goes well and then it falls apart. because they go back to the life that was. And that's their choice. Maybe that choice was made because of unhealed trauma or baggage or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's their choice. It's their life. And that's what they choose to do with it. There will be other people who experience life-changing things and then their lives change for the better. And then for all of those who are like, I just need this opportunity, I just need this amount of money, and then I'll be whatever. For all the people who, who that works for, they are the example that sometimes it is the environment. Sometimes the environment was what was holding you back. Sometimes it's not. So I guess since I have to put these cards back anyway, I will do it on camera. I don't have to stop this because, and since I shuffle these after I put them back anyway, I'll show you the card. I'm not trying to read it. It's already been 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 29 seconds. So, but yeah, that's interesting. And I feel like low key, I wonder if I feel like I've grown partially where I could deliver that and be like, well, I don't think it's fair that some people are getting their karma cleared because blah 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 whatever. Well, I think that humanity is we're lost. So you can clear that karma, but we'll bank twice as much in a fifth of the time. It kind of sort of it's interesting that at one point it almost took humanity working actively towards its own destruction for me to be like, you know what, I do have faith in humanity. I actually think we're better than this. I wholeheartedly believe that we are more capable than this and that we won't choose this path. And we didn't at the time. The opportunity presented itself again, and we'll see. But also at the same time, I'm going to live my life because that's all I can do. And I'm going to do the best I can to get the best I can. So I hope you all have an excellent whenever you see this. I hope you're acting in alignment to make all that you wish to experience your reality. I only had one card. Cancer, sorry I cheated you. I forgot to pull the bottom card for Cancer. So Cancer only got a Xerophil. I was looking like, isn't there supposed to be two? No, there was only one because I forgot. But yeah, that's interesting. It's interesting. It was a Southern accent. I don't know why it was Southern accent. I don't know why it was Southern, but but it was. Old Patrick was from the South, I guess. No problem. I'm glad to return the favor, Eve. I enjoyed your today, the Silent Ball game, and the last series so much. So Felicia Falk, come closer. Ooh, hey Matthew, how you doing? Thank you for that. Let me do my copy paste. I'll get it before I leave. Actually, let me do my copy paste because I might forget. I won't forget. I'll copy paste because I might forget. I'm like, oh, I won't forget, and then I'll like end the video. I'm like, oh crap, I forgot. No. There we go. All right. So the Tarot of Magical Correspondences is complete once again. If you want, if you're watching this now, I would probably just skip right to whatever timestamp you want. You can completely skip the beginning because it's not. I mean, I didn't plan on doing, well, I did kind of plan on doing all signs, but when I sat down, I wasn't doing it. I didn't know what I was doing. So, you just get to skip all the, what am I going to do? By going right to your timestamp. The 9 of Coins. The Nine of Coins, which is a 45-9. Now we get a tortoise. The bottom of the deck is the Queen of Cups, which has a 6. So we get a 6 and a 9. This is Bina and Yasad. Bina is a 3. Yasad is a 9. So there's 3, 6, 9 all over this. This one's like a black bee. There's a hawk, some grapes. Oh, I know the plant. Is that a quartz? A clear quartz as the crystal, maybe? Ginseng, I think. I feel like I'm getting all the stuff. There's a foot here, a stone foot. We have a cup with a crown and a wreath. Is that a stork? A pelican? Who is this? The vision of the machinery of the universe with pure or clear intelligence and sanctifying intelligence with the vision of sorrow. I guess the queens are visions of sorrow. And if you want another, there's a 6, the 6 of wands. So there you go. With the 21, that's a 3. So it's interesting that all this 3, 6, 9 kind of happens with the 9 of coins being the vision of the machinery of the universe. It's Venus and Virgo. I told y'all, Virgo is the Hermit 9. Virgo, I don't know what Virgo, apparently Virgo and Gemini. Gemini has joined the Mercury mystery party. I don't know. It's pure, clear intelligence. And for some reason, it makes me think of intention. It's also interesting that a pure or clean intelligence comes out after the mist is drained. The veil is cleaned up. And the gate of Chazakiel, angel of the mists, and Sariel, angel of the waning moon. Vision of the machinery of the universe. It's just such a practical understanding of cause and effect on even a spiritual, energetic way. In a spiritual, energetic way that supersedes the law of attraction and the law of manifestation. It's almost like maybe the law of attraction and the law of manifestation is one of the principles to the machinery of the universe, but it's not the only one. And there may be other laws that can supersede or intervene or conflict with some of those of manifestation and attraction if the situation is right. And again, it's a knowledge with Bina and the Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups being the intuitive pre-high priestess energy. That's knowledge. It's not wisdom. So the law of attraction, the law of manifestation, like, yes, those are things, those are real. But without wisdom, it's almost like there may be context to which there are other laws that will come into effect before those. Or there may be situations where attracting and manifesting, while it is a law, it holds like it's written differently in a different space. But with the vision of the machinery, I guess the vision of the machinery, it doesn't necessarily imply a certain amount of knowing either. Like, you can show me the inside of a car and I will not tell you how that thing works. I will not be able to tell you. Well, I guess, you got the space where you hold the gasoline and then it goes through the engine. You have your spark plugs that ignites it. You have your batteries that provide electricity. I'm sure there are turbines or some compressors or whatever that things flow through to get, fuel or gas moving in a metered amount or whatever. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I would not be able to tell you. I might have some idea based off of some of the classes that I took and some engineering things, but I was not a mechanical engineer. I was biological. My interest was in the chemistry and the biologics. It was not in the physics and the mechanics. Although, after a certain point, I started to develop a certain interest in mechanics. But my understanding of it is that it was, there's a reason why I went bio. Okay. And sometimes people like, you're an engineer, you should know this. And I'm like, I'm not a mechanical engineer. I'm a biological engineer. Talk to me about chemistry or, the body. Don't talk to me about your car. I don't know. Now, if we're talking about computers, I'm not an electrical or a computer engineer, but I did take a mechatronics class and a controls class, and and a coding class. I did very well in all of them. My brain just understands coding and computers, and I love it. I have a natural knack for it, and I love it. And I think that's really what I would want to do for work next. I don't know if I would want to continue in the line of work that I currently find myself in, but the line of work that I'm in, it has an application that I'm more interested in than a purely computer application. But there are many, many applications for computers and coding and stuff. So this is next for me in my life, figuring out what I want to do. And, there's the Queen of Portfolio. I have quite a bit of time to do that. And I'm allowing myself to just be while I Pisces my way to where I'm supposed to be and what's next for me. And I don't know, the more I live life, the more certain things become important to me. And the more important to me they become. Oh my gosh, am I the Pisces? I'm the Pisces. I might have to rewatch Pisces. I did say we. I didn't even say we when I read Taurus, but in Pisces, I kept slipping up and saying we. Because it's like there are some things, the more I feel drawn to, and the more they reveal themselves as important. It's almost like in some ways, the more my intuition is validated, the less I trust it. And it's weird. And it's something I've been actively, and I mean actively, working through within the past minute. And it's just like, I don't know. Because, like, wow, like, my intuition was kind of sort of like on AF. It was like valid. Oof, Ada Michael. Is this a part of the video where I read myself? Get out my business. But the Ace of Ariel at the bottom of the deck. The Eight of Michael is the Eight of Swords. You can be free. Make a courageous choice to change your situation. Is this not everything I've been talking about? Is this not me that's like, I feel like my Saturn return is like, I know that Saturn is a planet of boundaries and restrictions and limits, but I feel like my Saturn return is just showing me all the ways where I'm restricting and limiting myself and all these self-imposed boundaries. And I'm being asked to be courageous and brave and to like step outside of them. But for the Ace of Pentacles, it's worth it. And that's something that, like I said, I'm actively whatever. It's like, it's worth it. But at the same time, it's like, man, like, I can go with the flow. I can trust my intuition, but, oof, y'all just gonna have me just leaping all over the place out here, huh? I was like, well, even if I fall, I'll be all right. Anyway. I'll finish reading these and then I'll get a different final card. Actually, maybe I won't. Maybe it'll resonate for you and I'll just leave it like this because I do have 3 other decks that I still need to get. So if this one don't resonate, Maybe another one will. You can be free. Make a courageous choice to change your situation and not seeing things clearly. But again, that plays into that belladonna energy. And it is an energy of not seeing things clearly, but it's just like it's so much bigger than our ability to even perceive that we won't see things clearly. And we're not supposed to see things clearly. That's why we have intuitions and discernments that we trust. And that's why we make those courageous choices. And maybe that's another thing too. It's like if we speak of sovereignty and if we speak of freedom, and it's Advakiel, the angel of Sagittarius, to really be free and to really be sovereign is for things to inherently almost sometimes be unknown. Maybe it's to be in a constant state of unknowing because anything can happen and we make choices and decisions in the moment. We don't make choices and decisions based off of the past and anything else. So sometimes we'll encounter a situation where we don't know what we'll decide until it's time to decide. It's living in the blank spot. It's in the land of the high priestess. But that's what it means. And if we're so attached to our comfort of knowing that we don't allow it, then how can we be free? How can you be free if you never allow yourself to not know something? If you never allow yourself to be in a situation where you have no clue? How are you ever to expand? How are you ever to experience something new? Which is why I think a lot of these, again, and especially the Cancer Capricorn axis, um, and again, it felt like Aries is in a space of allowing and Libra wasn't. Our Libra is still working to allow. Um, but it's just like we have to be okay with getting to learn and know ourselves in new environments and new situations. And I think Taurus had, now I'm starting to remember Taurus had a little bit of that too, because for Taurus it was this like this energy of being like battle tested, forged in the fire and stuff like that. But it's like, well, can you come into new? Can you be strong without being nearly broken? Can you aspire to more and achieve more and soar without hitting rock bottom? And I feel like Gemini has mastered everything. Gemini is coming out as the master of all of these energies today. Because it feels like Gemini is in the space of listening to its intuition and making those courageous choices and decisions and living openly and not being afraid to be the fool. And it's like Gemini is so foolish, it's leaping before it's even asked for. But Gemini somehow finds itself exactly where it's supposed to be without as much delay, with significantly less delay, because it doesn't take so much to be convinced. And again, it's like it's okay to be skeptical. I don't think the divine is asking for anybody to do like a complete 180 in zero point 0.2 seconds. But all of our experiences are to like get us to that point. We're to be open to seeing and experiencing. You can't be so skeptical that you're never convinced. You can't be so skeptical that you'll never believe. Because if that's the case, nothing's going to change. And you can't be so convinced of the knowing that you acquired in the spaces that you were in that you disallow anything different. Because again, nothing will ever change. That's the danger of knowledge without wisdom. So, Ace of Ariel, it's your lucky day. New resources of money, time, or support. A change in job or a promotion. I'll take it. Thank you. And hopefully you do too. If it's for you to take, take it. If it ain't for you to take, don't take it. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, well, hopefully, like you get some gorgeous energy, because I mean, I will, but I mean, I'll always hope the best. But some people just don't want it, and I'm in a space of respecting that. And I want to be around people who want it. You know, especially in my personal life. Like, I'm not trying to be the Aries that's trying to carry somebody in a direction that maybe they want to be in, but they're just not willing to work towards. It's like, oof. I had my Aries moment. And every now and then, if I'm honest, I guess I still kind of have my Aries moments, but it's just like, I don't know. I wanted more for myself. And I couldn't do it and have like people in my life who were almost like actively against me doing better, because then it meant that I wasn't available for their pity parties, I guess. It's like I used to be the first person in line for a pity party until I got tired of the pity party scene. I was like, yeah, no. And if this makes me mean, if this makes me cold and Aquarian, Queen of Swords, or harsh and too much Five of Swords, if that's how you see me, I guess so be it. Because it's not worth my happiness. with where I am now and with what I've experienced, it wouldn't have been worth it. I knew at the time that it wasn't worth it. I can confirm now it would not have been worth it. And it's not to be harsh or cold or cruel. It's just like nobody else is gonna do it for me, and that person, those people, sure certainly wouldn't have done it for me. So, you know what I mean? Because they didn't even want to do it for themselves. But I do honestly, earnestly wish for them, hope for them better and the best. I met a lot of people who deserve the best. I met even more people who deserved better. And I trust that they'll come into it in their own time, just like I did. I was that person for a lot of people. I didn't experience any shortage of kindness or compassion or understanding. I didn't experience any shortage of people who would push and propel me to do better, to realize my potential, to do more. I didn't experience a shortage of opportunity, but I just was not going to take it where I was. Actively refused it. Proudly and actively refused it where I was. Like, I was the first person to be in line for the pity party. Trust me. I was there. I had like pity party. My pity party sixth sense was always on. It was just like, oh. But also at the same time, I was able to show up in some ways for the people who were done with their own pity parties. And to my knowledge, I wouldn't put my pity party off on someone else. I wouldn't try to take from someone else's happiness or joy. But I would actively, sometimes, most of the time, depending on the mood, refuse to be any higher than I was, depending on where I was. So, you know. So the card that came out of the Angelarium Oracle of Emanations is a card that we already saw at the bottom of the deck. And at the bottom of the deck is a card that we already saw at the bottom of the deck. The card that came out is Yasad. The card at the bottom of the deck is Gavora. Gavura is also an emanation that I saw a few times in a few of the signs. Not as I feel like Gavura and Bina, knowledge and judgment were two of the ones that came out the most frequently. This feels like I would say like a real world alchemist, or it feels like an earth alchemy. Because for some reason it feels like, and again, it's not strange or new because it's an energy that's been coming out in a lot of things, at least over here. It feels like Yesod is able to give whatever a situation needs. Like Yesod can pull from itself and bring out whatever a situation calls for. And Gavura, Yesod is able, but with Gavura, for some reason, it feels like it costs something. Or maybe it's about boundaries. Again, it's just like knowing what, and that was a thing with a lot of the bees that came out too. Um, it's like knowing when it's appropriate to give. It's like to give to the right degree at the right time to the right person might be a little bit more difficult than just being a giver. It's like Plato's quote about anger, but instead of anger, it's giving. To give is easy, but to give to the right person at the right time, to the right degree, for the right reason, it's not as easy. And that might have been Cancer. It might not have been, but it's like overly giving only leads to resentment. And especially if it's not being forced, like you can say no. It feels like these are two sides of the same deck, two sides of the same coin. It's like when it's giving in the right ways and it's able to, it's your side, and when it isn't, it's Gavora. And some people are going, "You're so mean because you won't give me like I, you won't give me what I tell you when I tell you." That's not always the case, though. Sometimes it's something within us that we can't say no for whatever reason, and it's like, consider yourself more. A card flipped over, but I'm pretty sure this is one of the. Okay, I'll take it. This is the card that flipped over. So it flipped from this side to this side. And here we see the horn, the trumpet being blown. We don't see the angel blowing it, but we see the trumpet. Advakiel, angel of Sagittarius, right there. I'll read it again. When the world we live in feels too constrained, our eyes lift to the horizon. The endlessness of the world calls for us to depart from our lives and become a part of the unknown. In this space beyond the veil of the familiar, adventure awaits. A part of us never stopped existing in the wilderness. Advakiel guides us to rejoin the union, to seek for the sake of seeking, to live for the sake of life. And then the bottom, because that was the top, is Tamiel, Angel of the Unseen. Advakiel calls us beyond the veil of the familiar. And here's Tamiel, Angel of the Unseen, who lives in a world that it can't see, but not as the stumbling and fumbling blind one, but as the one who people don't even know Tamiel is blind. After they find out Tamiel is blind, they're like, whoa, what are you doing with that knife? You can't see. What are you doing? It's like, I can't watch. I can't look. Tamiel moved through his life with such ease that it took a long time before anyone realized he was blind. To know that one of them was deficient in some aspect was unsettling in a way that was hard to put into words. The attendance at Tamiel's rituals diminished as people's unease with him increased. It was clear that his insight was still valuable, but it was difficult to watch him wield his ceremonial dagger with the knowledge that he didn't know where it was going. And the horns being blown. Somebody's like, maybe the horn being blown, like that's when the gate of Sahakiel goes up, and it's just like the unknown into the unknown. I still haven't watched Frozen 2, by the way. I gotta watch Frozen 2. I gotta watch Heathers. I gotta watch Super Troopers and Beer Race. Is it Beer Race? I don't know. Let me pop me some popcorn and watch some movies. It's another thing that's so interesting. It's interesting. And I feel like when it first happened, it triggered me. I was honestly triggered. But it's interesting how there are, and I remember talking to my journey buddy a minute ago now. That had to be January. That had to be before I did my self read for the new year. I don't think I recorded it. I might have. I need to see if I did. I know she took notes for me when I was reading it, so I'll have to read through those. But it's interesting that first I was triggered because of a comment somebody said. There was something that someone said to me who I think saw my compassion and my care and my worry, I guess, a little bit for something like that. It wasn't. It's like they saw me in a certain way and made a comment, and somebody a few months ago made the same comment, and it didn't trigger me because it like, there wasn't a visceral response, but I was just like, wow. Like the last person that said that to me said it in a way that was like whatever, and then that person said it to me as a joke. And I guess because there was a time, interestingly enough, there was a time where that like level of compassion wasn't asked for. It's like I had a period where it got taken advantage of. It didn't, but at the time it did. And then I had a period where it was just like not asked for. So I was like, whoa. And then I find myself now in a space where I guess kind of like Aquarius, um, it's appreciated. And more than it's appreciated, there's a capacity to receive it. And even beyond that, there's a reciprocity. And that's one of the things that just has me like extra sort of shook in some ways. And again, it's one of the things that speaks to, for me, just the space that I'm coming into, question mark. It shows me how things are like different, I guess, already. And so if there was a response that I had to a situation, it wouldn't be appropriate. And I feel like I haven't experienced it in this way yet, which again is like it blows my mind, which is again why I'm so grateful that to myself, and I don't mind to my home. I will toot my own horn because a lot of that stuff was hard. It was difficult, but I knew it would be worth it, and I lived enough life to learn that it was worth it. Um, and it just like I feel like it's so effortless how my past experiences are just like shattered, how my mind is blown, how it's like I find myself, I guess, already, and I'm not even all the way there yet, but I find myself already just like knowing materially. And I talked about the 3D, the real world alchemist or whatever. I don't think I finished that thought. Um, but it's just like it's so different. Even if like the situations are the same, it's so different because I'm different. And the people that I'm finding myself connecting to are different. And I think that's why it was so much like you're not who you used to be. You're not who you used to be. Let me thrust you into this situation that you're afraid of for you to know that you're not who you used to be and you're capable of so much more. Not only are you not who you used to be, not only are you capable of more, but welcome to the blank spot, I guess. I don't know. And so maybe that's partially the reason why I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do next. I don't know. Like, I really don't think I'll continue the line of work that I'm in. I'm grateful to and appreciative of it. It's not that bad. I don't mind it. It's just that, like, this job, it was something that I didn't think I would be able to do. And I am. And it's nice to have this experience of doing something that I didn't think I would be able to do, but I want to do something that I want to do. Like I'm passionate about doing. Um, and so that is what I am going to be looking for, calling forth, looking into moving forward. And again, it's just like so much of it I wouldn't have been able to do. I wouldn't have been able to show up. I would have sabotaged so hard. I would have sabotaged so hard. I might have quit a long time ago. I probably honestly would have. Um, and again, it's like I'm glad I didn't. And man, I thought some of those other spaces were hard or challenging or difficult or whatever. And it's not that they weren't, but it's like it's a different. I find myself in like a different level of. It's like a different kind of challenge now. Where it's like, oof, okay, Patrick, gonna psych myself up so I can go out there and be brave. And it's like I'll psych myself up to be brave, and then I'll find myself in a space where things just sort of like flow naturally. And it's just like it'll come up. Sometimes sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But it's like yesterday, I psyched myself up for hours to say something that just naturally kind of happened. And it I don't know. I don't know. It's fine. It is interesting. It is a challenge though. It has its moments again. Knowing that while some things may appear a certain way on the outside, they could be different, or the motivations could be different. It's just like, I don't know, because it's, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So, the Nine of Cups and the Nine of Pentacles came out in another deck. What was that? The vision of the machinery of the universe? The Nine of Cups, Habuhaya, 68, God the kindest giver. This is healing, healing, preserves health and cures diseases. Bottom of the deck is Nehemiah, the Seven of Pentacles, number 57, the lovely God. Discernment, general prosperity, and the deliverance of prisoners. All right, so that's all the decks that I have to shuffle. I have officially reached the end of this video at 6.5 hours. Oof, I was gonna ask my grandma if she wanted to go to eat today, but I don't know, maybe tomorrow. I want something good to eat today. And so I know where I want to go. I just hope the food is good today. But I hope you all have a good whatever you see this. I hope you're acting in alignment to make all that you wish to experience your reality. And I hope you the discernment to know that if this ain't for you, that you won't take it. If it is for you, that you will. If parts of it is and parts of it ain't, that you'll take what is and you won't take what ain't, and then you'll I don't know. Whatever you need, I hope it for you. I wish it for you. And yeah. I don't regret this. All right, I'll catch y'all later. Thank you, Eve and Matt and Holly and Steph. And I don't think I forgot anybody else. Kizzy Cat, Kirsty, for being here. I will catch y'all in the next one. Bye.